Good afternoon, mech techs, mech warriors, and nobles in hiding. It's me, Iliani, coming at you with yet another stream. And we have some fantastic news today. We have made affiliate after just a week of streaming. I don't know who y'all pestered at Twitch, but whatever you did, it worked. Being affiliate gives us a couple extra bonuses, but it's not really. I know, I was about to say it's not really a big thing. It is absolutely a big thing. I'm just stupid and don't know what all the benefits are. So let's switch ourselves over to IntelliJ. Husha. How has everybody been? I don't know about you, I have had a fantastic morning. And Hammer subscribed. Thank you so much, Hammer. I really appreciate that. It does appear that my notifications are completely broken. I know why. So some of you may not get follow notifications and subscription notifications during the stream. I do see them all, and I will be calling them out. I apologize. With us being affiliate, we had to do two-factor authentication on the account, which means the bit that connects the notifications to the stream visuals is currently broken. We got affiliates less than like 35 minutes before we started stream, and I didn't have time to go through and reconnect everything. So I hope you'll forgive me, but as I say, I do see everything. I am all seeing, like Comstar, except unlike Comstar, I'm not a wizard. So as I say, thank you so much, Hammer, for the subscription. I really do appreciate every one of you who subscribes. It's it really touches my heart, because when I started these streams, I did it mainly for my own edification. I wanted to share my love of this program and the work that goes into it with you all. And I didn't really think many people would really be that interested. I mean, who wants to listen to me blather on for 4 hours straight whilst I badly program? But apparently you do, and some of you even so much as a subscriber. It's really touching. I really do appreciate it. Now, what are we doing today? First up, we are going to go over some changes from the code that we did yesterday. So one of the things I really like to do is I really like to go over the code that we do on stream, because when I'm stream coding, my attention. Holy fudge! We have a hype train. What does that mean? I have no idea, but apparently Hacking Doc, who kicks ass, has given a whole bunch of you gift subs. Someone want to explain what hype train is to me? Because I have no idea. I just know that it's really cool. And Hacking Doc, I followed you myself for quite a while now, and I absolutely adore the $1 billion Brigade. And if any of you aren't aware, $1 Billion Brigade is Hacking Doc's personal campaign, where he is taking a MekHQ campaign. He's trying to make $1 billion, Steve Bills, whatever. The youngest has subscribed. Thank you so much. You guys might be able to hear it in my voice, but you definitely can't see it in my face because I'm shy. But I am blushing red. Like I am so incredibly touched. Thank you so much. But yeah, if you aren't already, you should absolutely check out Hacking Doc's stream. I don't get to go in there as much as I want because I am unfortunately very busy these days. But every episode that I've caught has been incredibly entertaining, far more entertaining than the nonsense you put up with here. So if you're enjoying my stuff, you will absolutely enjoy Hacking Doc stuff. If you're here, you're also probably aware of Joker. Joker does a multiplayer stream every Saturday. I highly recommend it. If you want to see MekHQ get absolutely broken in every conceivable way, you should check out Joker's stream. It's for those of us on the development team. There is an immense fear. There's a palpable sense of dread for the first Joker stream after each release. Because if there is a bug, if there is an inconvenience, I can promise you, Joker is gonna find it. His lads are absolutely insane, and they just use MekHQ in ways it was never conceived. Every Joker stream, I get an extra grey hair. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, Hacking Doc. Like you're just like MVP of this stream. But, as I say, KingDef9_82, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you enjoy the stream today, and if any of you want to catch prior streams, we do upload them to YouTube. Now, in theory, you'll find the YouTube link in the About section somewhere below me right now. Whether it's actually there, that's a question for the ages, but I think I did it. I think I did it right. If it's not there, let me know and I can fix it later. But yeah, all VODs are available in perpetuity, get my tongue right there, in perpetuity over on YouTube, and of course we get the VODs here on Twitch. They only last for 7 days though, so if you ever miss a stream, you can quickly jump in there and grab a VOD. Or if you need to come back and reference something later, that's what the YouTube's for. Then of course, Friday evening, I am incredibly excited, and I hope you guys are too, but Friday evening, we have the continuing adventures of the Scrotorious Bastards, our very own MekHQ campaign. And Tira says, MekHQ Twitch drops, unlock your SPL cache now. Oh, that would be a fun thing to implement. Sounds incredibly complicated. Heckendoc also says the Joker also puts all of his VODs up on YouTube. Yes, you should check it out. Honestly, all the people who put out content on MekHQ and MegaMek have my heartfelt thanks, because they get the content out to you, the people. And at the end of the day, why do we do this? Why am I here nearly every day, busting my balls to try and make MekHQ better each time? It's because of you guys. It's because of the players. Because without you, not only would we have no bugs, but we would have no reason to be here. So again, thank you to everybody who plays MekHQ, everybody who streams MekHQ, and of course everybody who for some unknown reason finds me entertaining. But I keep forgetting where I am, so let's go back to where I should be. Now, one of the things I like to do after stream, because when I'm streaming, I'm not just programming, I'm also trying to be at least vaguely entertaining. And so my attention's a little bit split. And so after stream, I always like to go through my code for a couple of hours afterwards, just to see, oh, is there anything I missed? Is there anything that we can actually improve? Some of you who were here yesterday may remember we worked on some code to address how selecting multiple people and changing their flags worked. So anybody unaware, flags are special conditions you can assign to your characters. For example, you can say, hey, this character is my campaign commander. This character is my second in command. And with the exception of commander and second in command, all flags can be assigned to multiple people at once. You just select as many people as you want in your personnel tab, and you get it sets the flags for everybody. But the problem was, in the UI, that was really badly done. And it turned out it was really badly done in code too. And so I really wanted to update that, make it a lot easier for players. CM Peterson subscribed. Thank you so much for CM Peterson. You guys are being truly amazing today. And I am so touched. Bison says, Joker isn't putting everything up, just the custom missions. The custom missions, I'm not wholly sure who writes those, but the custom missions that Joker does, whoever they have writing them is fantastic. They are always universally entertaining. I mean, that's true for all the Joker streams, but the custom missions in particular are so much fun. Jumping back to the code though, like I say, it wasn't really done particularly well. Now, what we did to change it used a lot of boilerplate code. Now, boilerplate code is when you're just repeating code over and over again. So what I did is I jumped in and I worked on cleaning that up a little bit. And I did some scrolling through the Viceman Clients, the Joker streams at 8 p.m. Eastern. That is true, 8 p.m. Eastern on a Saturday. It should always be announced on the MegaMek Discord. If you're not on the MegaMek Discord, you will 100% find that in the bit on Twitch where the links live, because I have that link down there, the official Discord. And yeah, definitely, if you're free a Saturday evening, jump straight on Joker stream. It's always so much fun. And if you see Heck and Doc do a stream there, definitely grab a chance. Even if I'm streaming, go see the other people. They put out good stuff. So, as I say, the code wasn't great. So what I did is I sat down and I poured through Stack Overflow, the source of all programming knowledge. And I tried to see, how can we improve this? Because the problem we had is that the way we store flags in the character file it's just a Boolean. Now, a Boolean is just a variable that's going to be true or it's going to be false. It's very simple. It's either true or it's false. And so the character either has the flag or they don't. Easy enough. But that made it a little bit complicated to handle a situation where we are taking in multiple sources of information and putting out, we're setting that information as well. It was a bit complicated. So we used boilerplate code, and I mentioned this multiple times on stream, that boilerplate code, it's something you should always avoid. But I was using it then because I just couldn't fathom on stream the best way to handle this. So I went on Stack Overflow and found some interesting ideas that we're going to share in a second. Feisman comments that Saber has written most of all of the recent customs for Joker. I believe, Feisman, you're in Joker's team, aren't you? If so, you have to pass on my compliments to Saber. The custom scenarios, they've been brilliant. They really have. So what I'm going to do now is we're actually going to go down here. Now this is a list of all the changes that have been made to MekHQ. And if I click on this, if I remember correctly, I should have an option somewhere to view the changes. So I can walk through them. Here we go, perfect. So what we have on the left here, this is the changes that we made yesterday. And on the right, we're going to see the changes that I've made today. So I'm not going to go through everything line by line because that'll be incredibly tedious. But I'll just summarize. So yesterday, this is how we set up setting a single flag. And this code here, that basically just sets up a checkbox and sets up if you click the text box, it makes them have the flag. If you untick it, it makes them not have a flag. It handles all that. What we're now doing, so this is repeated like 15, 14 times. It's not good. That's a really bad pattern. Now, if we, however, we scroll down, we can see on the right-hand side over here, this is how now it all works. So rather than having the code duplicated God knows how many times, we're just calling this one method, add flag menu item. So if I alt click on add flag menu item, that's going to jump me straight to the method. Boop. So what we're doing here is really quite clever, and I never would have thought of this on my own. So we're passing in the menu, because that's where if you hear any noises, that's my flip-flops scraping together. I don't have horrific flatulence, just to clarify. So what we're doing, we're passing in the menu, and that's what we're adding the menu items to. We're also passing in an array of all the people we have selected, the resource key, which we're going to use to fetch the label and also the tooltip for the option. And see, you've got tooltip key here as well, which is usually going to be the resource key. I opted to have them separate because it means that if we have a situation where we don't have the resource key and the tooltip key being the same, we can just it's fine basically. So first we initiate the checkbox item. So we just initialize it, we add a tooltip, we set the name. Knight CDL has subscribed. Thank you so much, Knight. Now, Knight, it has a special place in my heart. Last year, one of the most important things we did, and I know we made loads of changes last year, but this is what I believe is the most singular important thing we did. We really put an emphasis on improving the efficiency of MekHQ. And I think you all agree, if you played last year, like early last year, maybe late the year before, and you played today, the MekHQ today runs significantly smoother. And that is in fact indirectly thanks to Knight. Knight is one of our players that does something that we refer to as a generational campaign. And that's where you start at a certain year and you just play effectively forever. And you follow your campaign as the characters grow old, they die, their children take over the campaign, and you just play it through the generations. Let's say. That means that with these generation campaigns, they end up being huge with hundreds plus years of in-game time spent. They're a fantastic source of real data. And Knight was very generous to me. He actually let me have their RTC and several other of their campaigns, and those are what I use to stress test MekHQ. And without Knight's generosity and letting me steal their campaigns, MekHQ would not have improved on the performance side of things anywhere nearly as much as it did. So a massive thank you and a shout out to Knight. And any of you who appreciate the performance improvements we've made over the past year, you absolutely should just pop a thanks into chat for Knight there, because without them, it would not have been possible. Now back to the code. So as I say, these first 3 lines, these are just creating the checkbox, adding a tooltip and setting the name. Then we're moving on to the eligible count. Now we're doing something a little bit differently here. So before, we were counting the number of people who are eligible for the flag, and we were doing some really awkward stuff. Basically, what we used to do was, if I jump down here, we used to have it so that if eligible count was equal to or greater than selected count divided by 2 rounded normally, then then we would do a thing. What we're doing now is, rather than doing all that extra lifting, we're just going to go ahead and multiply eligible count by 2 and see if it's equal to or greater than. Now that's just cheaper than what we were doing yesterday. We're jumping back up. Too far. We've gone too far. Back down, back down, back down. This is where the magic happens, if I can scroll down effectively. So first, we set whether the item's selected. That's based on whether the majority of the people we have selected have it selected right now. And then we're going to do an action listen. An action listen tells MekHQ what to do when the button's pressed, or in this case, the checkbox. And for every person, we are going to add in the setter, and we're going to accept this up. And basically what's going to happen is it's going to reverse the flag for each person using the stuff up here. So setter is this by consumer, this boolean. Here it's just person boolean, and the getter just tells us where to get the information. And all of this in just a couple of lines of code here does what we were doing in around 100 yesterday. It is significantly more powerful, and it also removes the issue of developers needing to remember to set things up manually, because this will do it all dynamically. So let me just catch up on chat. So Vidarian says, I do that too, though they never reach hundreds of years. I haven't played a while, but I used to have to restart because my campaign file getting corrupted. So, depending on what is causing the corruption, we may actually have fixed that. So this is something I was going to go on to. Actually, we might as well do it now. But basically, while I was on hiatus, it came to light that certain users were having corrupting campaign problems. Now, I will start by saying that the campaign corruption wasn't true corruption. The campaign itself was not being corrupted. What was happening when the campaign was saved, our campaign files are huge. When it was saved and loaded back into MekHQ, if you were on Java 24 or 25 and you loaded a large MekHQ campaign, and it didn't even need to be that large, just an active MekHQ campaign, it would brick. It would brick because the size of the campaign was larger than the maximum read-in size. And in Java 24, I beg your pardon, they introduced a security measure to restrict unusually large XML files, which is the format we use to save your campaigns. And so as a security measure, we were loading in these normal size for us campaigns, and it would just straight up go, you know what, lads, this is too big. It's probably some kind of hacking attempt. We don't know what it is, but we're going to stop that right here. But thanks to amazing work by Psycho Monkey, one of the other developments, we actually managed to fix that last night. We learned about it like in the wee hours, and we fixed it on the same day. So that's now solved. Vidarian says, for me, the XML file ended up with some broken elements, missing closing tab issues. So what that normally means is that partway through the saving action, so when partway through the campaign being saved, something caused it to stop. And at that point, it just stops outright. What will have happened, this isn't going to help you now, but if you notice it happen in the future, open up an issue report with your save. Just open it up. And make sure you're using the report a bug function in the top right hand corner, because what that will do is I'll package your campaign or your custom units and most importantly, all of your logs. And the logs will tell me what line it got broken on. And normally it's something that it's normally a null value, which is just a non-existent value that we haven't accounted for. And with the logs, I can go straight to our campaign saving code and go, okay, why is it stopping here? And usually get it fixed within 24 hours. It's pretty clever stuff. But that's what we did yesterday. What do we want to do today? Well, as I mentioned, what I want to do today is continue our work on updating portraits. Now, anybody who was here yesterday may remember that we received a request that players didn't really like how their newborn babies look like they were 40 years old, which is fair. If I had a baby and it popped out and it looked like it was a 40-year-old, I would be somewhat concerned. So what I wanted to do yesterday, because we have a bit of code that will attempt to retrieve the character's portrait, and if it fails for whatever reason, or its default portrait, it will instead show the character's faction icon. And that was okay, but it meant we needed to change a lot of code. Now, we did that on stream last night at the end, and we changed a lot of code, and when I was reviewing my code, I was like, this is a bad idea. What we're doing now is bad, because we're changing code across the entire code base in a manner that's not really testable, except outside of manually, and we're liable to miss something. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to create a new branch. We're going to just ignore that one we did yesterday. And I'm going to see if we can do these changes using the smallest number of changes possible. So let's pop into our branch. We're going to call it, we'll call it Fallback Portraits Rolled Out. So what we're going to attempt to do is previously the current fallback system, what it was doing is it was outputting a certain file type, but we'll keep knocking it. It's good to apologize, but we actually want a different file type. Before we jump into this, I actually have a surprise for you all. Now, I was going to announce this earlier in stream, but I didn't have the opportunity because I had to wait for the contributor to give me their permission. So let me have some water real quick. So one of our recent projects is that we have been reaching out to you, the community, to say, hey, what are the things in MekHQ that are just annoying, that are just irritating to work with? And one of the things that was brought up is that our briefing room, where you have a list of all your scenarios and contracts and stuff, it wasn't great. Now we have, for the first time on the team, in the history of the project, we have someone who actually likes UI work. Let me skip to Discord, because they've been working on an improvement to the briefing channel, and I've just received permission to show it to you all. So what I'm about to show you it is work in progress, so it is liable to change. But this is what the new briefing room could look like. Boop. So now you have unit assignments at the top, history, and the overview of the individual contract. All your scenarios are a list in the middle. We've got your launch scenario, your deployment coverage, and your actual scenario briefing there on the right. And of course, you have the contract summary on the left. No more having scenarios jammed in at the bottom and then having your unit assignments jammed in over there to the bottom right, which was a huge problem for players who had very large campaigns. And so this is just going to really improve the UI development. It is very pretty, you're right. And one of the good things is a lot of the components that they were able to use are actually built in already. Things like the rounded borders we actually have all moving up there. And moving history out of there is a great change. I absolutely agree. Like, what they've done here is fantastic. Now, I do have a couple other screenshots to show you. Boop. So this is the assignment screen. So here you can see at the top your deployment requirements. And here on the bottom, you have all of your forces. Now, I do imagine we can probably do a little bit more here with the force to update it. For example, weight class isn't actually used by MekHQ anywhere anymore. This is wholly irrelevant. And Tara says, good, you tend not to be in the screen a lot. Exactly. So the more fire and forget we can make it, the better. Boop. And here you have your history. So here you can see all resolved scenarios. So moving resolved scenarios out of the overview. So if I jump back to the overview, this is the current active scenarios. And if you go to history, you have your scenarios. And look up here, filter all resolved. So I don't know what that filter does, but I imagine it means you could filter based on victory, failure, anything that will make your life easier. Heckendoc says, I'm beyond exciting to use this. Radar says, wow. Yes, exactly. Like, this is the kind of stuff you can do when you have someone who knows what they're doing. And I've said this on stream before, and I've said this on Discord before. MekHQ and MegaMek, and MegaMek Lab even, like the suite of programs have all been made by back-end developers forced to do front-end. Because there reaches a point where you have no choice. You have to do front-end. You can't do something about the UI. And so you have to do it. And so nobody on the team is really an expert in front-end development. MekBay aside, because MekBay is insane. But this is the kind of thing that you can actually do. And as you can see, it is a vast improvement. Let me just grab the jump out of here. So Alitar Simaramis is the contributor who's done this, and we're really happy to see what else they can do. And speak of the devil, Psycho Monkey. So Psycho Monkey, we were just talking about the amazing work that you did in fixing the, I'm going to call it save corruption. I know it's not strictly save corruption, but save corruption problem that we got flagged yesterday. Tira says, I always like seeing a passionate dev get pulled into orbit and getting one part of the project just evolve for a bit. It's one of the really fun things about working in open source development, that you will just have someone come in and they will just hyper focus on one particular area, and that particular area gets improved significantly. So now let's switch over back to IntelliJ. So like I said yesterday, I really wasn't happy with the work that we were doing regarding portraits. It wasn't good, and we need to make sure that if we're putting code into MekHQ, we're putting in quality code. I do apologize, I've been drinking water a lot this stream. My throat's a little bit dry. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to person view. No, we're not. We are going to go to get portrait with fallback. I believe it's called portrait image. There we go. Boop. Radar says I need to sit down and learn Java because there are things I want in MegaMek in general. It's no time like today. A few years ago, I didn't know how to program at all. I basically learned programming principles, and in particular Java, to work on MekHQ. So if I can do it, and I say this, and I'm not being like falsely modest. I'm not particularly smart. I'm not special. Any one of you can do what I do. It just takes a bit of time and a willingness to make mistakes and learn. And I know that's hard. I know that's hard in a world where we're punished for making mistakes. But in this, you're not. So long as you own your mistakes and are willing to move forwards, you always make friends here. So let's have a look at the method we've got here. It says get portrait image icon with fallback. And what we want to do is, rather than right now we are getting the portrait, we actually want to try and get right now we're getting an image icon. We actually want to try and get a portrait, a raw portrait, because that will allow us to use a whole bunch of the existing code, just switching out a method, as opposed to rewriting a chunk and introducing problems. So let's see here. So faction icon, the faction logo is returning an image icon. So this is the root cause of why we're using image icons here. So let's have a look at faction logo. Now, I don't work with portraits very often, so this is going to be a bit touch and go. But we've got file names here and we've got faction codes. So I'm hoping, with the power of file names, we might just be able to build a portrait ourselves. So what we're going to do, we're going to start off by duplicating this. Now, I say this a lot on stream, but when you're first just bashing away in code, don't be afraid to make bad code. If you're just testing stuff out, it doesn't need to be pretty, it just needs to work. Prettiness comes later, because there's no point in spending a whole bunch of time making a method look pretty and just work nicely when you don't even know if it works at all yet. So down here, this is where we are determining the image icon. So we're going to change this up to portrait. Let's import portrait there. And we're going to change the method name to get faction portrait. Now, if this works, what we will go ahead and do is break out a lot of this code into a separate method, and then both methods will just call that method. I have forgotten how to spell portrait. Anybody watches streams enough knows I cannot spell. I am awful at spelling. English is a language I barely have any relationship to. Okay. So let's see. We want a portrait. If we hit new portrait, and it looks like we're building a file address here. Let's see if that'll work. Radar says, I posted one pack onto their forum based on MekHQ. Oh, let me see. Also, for those looking at more portrait options, there's a few packs available on the file forums. Exactly, yes. There's some really nice stuff on there. Radar mentions they have a Mech Commander 2 one. It's nice. I love Mech Commander. I'd love for a Mech Commander 3. I don't think we'll ever get one, but it would be nice. So again, what we're doing here, because we're creating an unchecked file. That's not great. But we're just looking to see, hey, is this going to work? And if it works, then we go, okay, cool. Now we're going to add some protections. So that's given us our method. And again, I'm going to say it many times, this isn't good. You shouldn't be doing what I'm doing. Rather, you can do what I'm doing, but you shouldn't be pushing it to production. Production is the live environment. This is purely just to test it, see if it works. So next up, we need to go to person view. Because person view is the bit on the right-hand side of the personnel tab that shows you what people look like and all their stats and good stuff. Ricknar says they play too much Mech Commander 2. I do not believe there is such a thing. Mech Commander 2 is an absolute gem. And the gameplay, for the most part, really holds up even to today. No, I really liked Mech Commander 2. I would say that the Mech Warrior games in general, unfortunately, they haven't really held up. But Mech Commander 2, I find the gameplay still enjoyable to this day. Let's see here. So I know this is going to be fetching an image icon. That's okay. Because this will still work if it's going to work, even if we're converting it into an image icon. And in fact, converting it into an image icon is a better test because it means we can verify that should be factions. No, this isn't going to work. This isn't what we're doing. What was I saying? Yeah, so because it means we can test not just whether the portrait works, but whether it will convert into an image icon. So what we're going to need to do first is get the person's faction code. Oh, it's Origin faction. I beg your pardon. Blah, 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 blah. Are you just returning the faction code? It's not. Then why? Oh, I forgot the capitalization in name. Okay, so that's going to go to the faction code. Factions. Get faction portrait. I really need to give IntelliJ some more RAM. It's chucking a little bit. Just double check. Are you just wanting a string? We need a game year and a faction string. So just for testing purposes, the game year is going to be that classic 3025. There we go. So now we're going to open up MekHQ. This may take a moment because I didn't boot this just prior to the stream, so if it does take a moment, we'll just hang out and have a discussion. My baked potatoes I was talking about yesterday were a partial success, which means that at the end of the month when we do our campaign morale check, it won't count against us or for us. The baked potatoes themselves, slow roasted in the oven at 300 degrees Fahrenheit for, well, all day. Those, fantastic. Like, that's definitely how I'm doing potatoes in the future. The onions I put into the tin foil with the potatoes were, well, if you imagine what a poor bloody infantryman would look like when they get vaporized by a PPC, yeah, that was my onions. Yeah, the onions did not survive the baking process. But the baked potatoes, those were absolutely delicious. And the good thing with baked potatoes is you can pretty much leave them in the oven indefinitely and they'll just happy roast away. So staging files is taking a moment. So what I'm actually going to do while I'm waiting, I'm going to do the most professional streamer thing in the world. I'm going to go to my local Mexican restaurant and order dinner. Because we've had a few things of good news recently. My wife got a raise, and a substantial raise at that, which we're all very proud of her. We're moving states, and we're a little bit concerned because her new job pays less than her old job, and I have become accustomed to a certain quality of life, shall we say. We've often joked that we should get the t-shirts, one for her that says earns the money, and one for me that says spends the money. This is true. This lady needs her Battletech fix. But my wife recently got a significant raise, which actually means that she's earning the same in her new job in the new state as she was in her old state. So that's and moving to a low cost of living. We are absolutely moving to a lower cost of living area. Oh my god, we are. I never quite understood the concept of gentrification. Living in the UK, and I come from a very poor background, so living in working class England, it wasn't really something I had much exposure to. But it's definitely a thing over here, and the area that we were currently in, well, where I currently am and where we're moving from, has been really gentrified. Our annual taxes they used to be really reasonable. They have become astronomical. The city decided that it only wanted to attract a certain class of people, and it's really bad. So we're selling our apartment and moving states. So it's why right now I'm not living with my wife, sadly. My wife is over in distant lands staying with friends. What do we want to order? I want to order a burrito because I want to eat a burrito. So I should have done this earlier, but I had to wait for my wife to remind me what the card details were because I can't find my card. But we're waiting on stage data files anyway, so it's not too bad. I'm assuming all of you like Mexican. When you order Mexican, what do you pick? What's your favorite pick? Mine's a burrito. Sometimes if I'm feeling fancy, I might get some chicken tortilla soup. But burrito is definitely where I normally go to. Oh, nearly forgot the most important part, the queso. It'd be a very poor Mexican dinner without some lovely queso. Everything is better with cheese, I found. There we go. So just bear with me just a second. We're still waiting on the stage data files to happen. This is because MekHQ has to cache data files, and it's a bit of a pain in the bum. I nearly started reading my phone number out aloud. I definitely don't want you all knowing that. Oh, now I'm accidentally calling myself. Good to know that I am as skillful in real life as I am streaming. Radar says, it depends on how I'm feeling. Burrito, taco salad, tacos, nachos, so I tend to cook my own Mexican food as I've gotten really good at it. Psycho Monkey says, alambre. Radar says, it also don't skimp out on meat. I usually use good meat. I actually have a incredible... Give me a second. I can type for an incredible recipe for tacos. that I really need to try. We have a family friend visit. Oh, give me a second. I just need to remind OBS what MekHQ is. It keeps. It's something I need to really look into for OBS. It keeps forgetting where the programs live, and I have to keep reminding it. It's basically getting confused between my two monitors, so it's trying to find it on the wrong monitor. There we go. Boop. But yeah, we have a family friend that comes over fairly frequently, and I'm waiting for them to visit so that I can have an excuse to make it. So here we are back in MekHQ. So we're just going to boot up the good old learning ropes. Something I did recently, and I don't want this turning into a food blog, but I made some homemade spaghetti bolognese because I'm an absolute demon for a good spag bowl. And something I tried this time, because cost of living, it's affecting everybody. I thought, rather than using hamburger meat, minced beef, I thought I'd try some sausage. And so I got some spicy sausage, just mashed up, ground sausage that is. And I'll tell you, like the spaghetti bolognese with a little bit of spicy Italian sausage is actually really, really good. Like I was really surprised how tasty it was, and it's how I'm going to be using spaghetti bolognese in future. Hackindoc says, if you run IntelliJ on one monitor and MekHQ on a different monitor, you can always tell OBS to grab a cropped screen capture for MekHQ, so that it isn't constantly trying to grab the window associated with MekHQ. OBS doesn't play happy with grabbing window captures for MekHQ for some reason. So I actually haven't had any problems with it. The only issue I have, and this is not just for MekHQ, OBS just keeps forgetting what monitors my apps live on. I suspect it's probably a Mac issue. Just all I need to do is just get into the habit of remembering to reassociate the windows whenever I am getting before stream, and I'm just not good at remembering. I've also realized why my computer's running a little bit slow. My video editing software is running in the background. We definitely don't want my video editing software running in the background. That needs to go. Just get rid of that. Whoops-a-doodles. If anybody's curious, I use Wondershare Filmora. It is riddled with AI stuff. I'm not a huge fan of that, but it is an app that I found incredibly easy to use. And so I explored a few different options, and I decided to go for Filmora even with all the AI stuff, just because the ease of use was right there, and I needed that. Okay, so we can see here that it hasn't worked, and that's okay. We're getting the default portrait. So let's go back and see if we can identify what went wrong. Switch back to IntelliJ. Boop. So first up, we're going to go and have a look at the logs to see if there's anything complaining in the log. Vidarian says, if I'm getting back into MekHQ, do you find MechWarriors recommend the dev version or the milestone? It depends on... It really does depend on the dev build. I would normally recommend dev build, but some dev builds are really bad, some are absolutely fine. Some milestones are weak milestones, some milestones are strong milestones. I would say if you're literally just getting back into the game, go with the milestone. And then if you're like, oh, I'm enjoying this, but I want some of the new stuff, move on to dev. We've actually got a new release coming very, very soon. Okay, so we're not seeing any errors in here. Hammer comments that the milestone is weak as it has a nasty bug with C3 and ECM interactions. I remember you telling me about this because this is why I was on hiatus, and isn't it something like it just MekHQ just breaks if Megamech just bricks if ECM hits C3. And the dev version has new buildings. Oh my god, yes! I didn't realize that wasn't already in the hands of the good people. So Psycho Monkey has continued to be an absolute legend, and they have implemented rules as written buildings. Placeable turrets, my friends. Placeable turrets. Radar says they suggest 512 over 511. Yeah, that's a sentiment I've heard about, yeah. Heckin' Doc says advanced buildings are 100% worth grabbing on 512. We should actually start using advanced buildings on the Scrotorius Bastards campaign, available on Friday evenings. But let's see, why isn't this loading? So, what we're going to do is we're going to create a file, and rather than building this inside here, we're going to break this out, and we're going to test to see if it's null. So let's make a breakpoint. Normally, I have a tendency to create log notes, but here we're just going to make a breakpoint. And what that means is we're going to click the debug button, which is the big red bug, and the code's going to fire until it hits the breakpoint. So one of these two lines. It's then going to stop, and we're going to be able to see what it's got. Heckin' Doc says the updated ruler is awesome. I've not seen the updated ruler. Is that the rangefinder in MegaMek? Psycho Monkey says, I need to remember to make the MekHQ setting to use advanced building instead of legacy gun emplacements. Default to be true for all the presets. Don't worry about that. Now that I'm back, I'll do my usual preset reset before we launch, and I'll make sure that change is done for you. Psycho Monkey, would you recommend that we make advanced buildings the default for the new player preset? You're the developer, so I'll let that be your decision. Radar says those advanced buildings would have been easier to deal with for poor Thrash Ride and the eldritch horror that is the old gun turrets. So those of you who aren't aware, we have a weekly MekHQ campaign, Friday evenings, called the Scrotorius Bastards. And last episode, one of our pilots was getting absolutely harassed by gun emplacements. Psycho Monkey says, yes, gun emplacements are messy. Consider it done. I'll get that sorted out when I do the preset reset prior to the launch of version 51.0. Now, Hammer doesn't like it when I tell people when the release is, so all I will say is it's coming soon. Let's have a look. Oh, okay, so we have hit our breakpoint. So it says that we are fetching the file. So if we're fetching the file, why isn't it showing? So it says it's fetching the key logo mercenaries. Let's just move on past this breakpoint. Okay, so we have the file. Psycho Monkey says they've got an agreement to deprecate the old turrets and they don't want to fix those bugs. Sounds good to me. Absolutely no reason to keep maintaining old stuff. Fightman says Hammer never likes giving dates for releases. I understand why. The reason why is simply put, we don't want to tell people a date. They take time off work, they arrange their life around it, and then we have to change. And when we have a volunteer team, we can't guarantee people are always going to be available. And last minute bugs, we need to have the power to fix those. So if we are getting the file, and the file is not null, why is the file not showing? Let's have a look. Boop. Is there anywhere else that we are fetching portrait in this file? There isn't. Radar says, giving a date means you have a set release date and stuff may get rushed. Having a coming soon release date means you can take things more at your own pace. Exactly. So if we are correctly fetching the portrait, why then are we not showing the portrait? Why are we showing default? Oh, we've still got the bugs locked. Let me just switch back there. Boop. Okay. Stop that. Interesting, interesting, interesting. So what may be happening is we may have a default portrait behavior where if it fails to fetch the file for whatever reason, it throws a wobbly and uses the default image. So what we're going to do, we're going to boot MekHQ up one more time, and we're just going to take a look at the... going to take a look, make sure we're just not doing anything daft, make sure that everything is as it should be. Heckendoc says, have a good stream, I have to step away. I'll try to be back later if I can. Hopefully you can catch the stream tonight. If you are streaming tonight, I will try to make it. I'm trying really hard to pace myself on development right now, and me and my friend were going to be playing Final Fantasy XI tonight, so I might not be available, but I hope I can be. So let's see. Well, you're 4 years old. That probably explains why you don't have a portrait. Are everybody 4 years old? No. Okay. Why are you... Oh, I see I'm on the wrong screen. Why are you wrong? Hammer says the next release will likely be the end of month or early June, depending on some code and some real life stuff. So there you have it, folks. Straight from the Hammer's mouth. End of the month or early June. Hopefully we can get a bunch more fixes and improvements in there for you. So we're heading back to IntelliJ, and I'm even remembering to switch. And now what we're going to do is we're going to jump into get faction portrait. And we're going to see here, because what we're doing here is we're building a new portrait. And I want to see, is there any fallback stuff? Portrait is using camouflage get directory. Why are we using the camouflage directory? But that explains why we're not getting it. Because if we're looking in the camouflage directory, we're never going to find it. Whereas if we pass in just a string, the file name, potentially we'll be able to find it. So let's try that, shall we? So we're going to pass in the file name. That's not going to work, because it's just setting the file name. But this explains, if we're looking in the wrong place, we're not going to... But we can work with this. Oh, I see. It's not using the camouflage directory. It's the method lives in camouflage. Okay. And for those of you just joining us, if you're finding the stream interesting, consider hitting the follow button. It will live somewhere in Twitch. We stream 4 days a week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. That's in the daytime. And those are the live development streams. And then every Friday evening, we join the Scrotorious Bastards, our beloved band of Rasselhague Republicans, as they build up just 5 years prior to the clan invasion. Let us see what happens if we do this. So this wants a file. Okay, we can work. We can work with this. So we create a new file. Boop. And again, if you're thinking, oh my god, this is ugly. This code's awful. Yes, it is. We're just trying to get it working. So we're back here. So we go to new portrait, boop, and it's trying to use get directory. Do we have one that just takes... Okay, so this tells us that we can only use the appropriate directory, which is why it's failing. Now, it would be nice if we could get a portrait from So this is the category, and this is the file name. And the problem is the category doesn't exist. Let's have a look at the get directory method, see if that's going to point us in the right direction. It's not helpful. I wonder. What if, let's poop this over to the right side. What if we did some manual work here? So we create a new portrait and we will, can we create an empty file? No, but what we can do is just make an empty portrait. So what we have now is an empty portrait. This portrait contains nothing. And what we're going to do is we're going to have a look at all the properties that make up a portrait. Now we know it's an abstract icon, so we're going to want that file as well. So we have category and we have file name. Can we just set the image? Get image. We can set the file name. But what do we have? I think what we're going to have to do here is have a look at the file structure itself. So we know that it's going to live in MM data, so let's hobble down to this. And it's going to live in images. Unfortunately, it's going to live in the file we're wanting is living in universe. I don't know that this is going to be possible. I mean, it should be possible. I'm just not wholly sure of the route that we need to take here. Because the comments here specifically state we can only use stuff that's using this directory method. It's specifically looking for portrait files. Okay, so let's back out of here and question ourselves. Can we approach this from a different direction? So we've got rid of all the test code we've got there. If we can't use portraits, which is a shame, can we use something else? So we're looking at this. We are getting portrait image icon. So we can use an image icon here. So we're going to try and this is similar to what we were using yesterday. Oh, let's undo this. I see what I've done here. So this is similar to what we were doing yesterday, and it is something I'd like to avoid if I can. But if we can't create a portrait because of how portraits are set up, we have to use what we can use. Just get campaign with an orange, which are fallback, and we'll that true, so we're going to check the fallback. If this is false, it'll use the campaign icon instead. Now we need to resize the icon. So we are going to resize it using UI utilities. Or is it GUI utilities? So we don't want to select all, that's rubbish. GI utilities? UI utilities? Where is it? Where is it living? Image utilities? There we go, image utilities. I'm going to scale the image icon. Boop. Okay, so we've got the icon. The size is 175. And we are scaling by width. Now, these portrait ones, they're not going to work, but we're not testing anybody who's retired or departed. This is just a purely test of our normal active persons. So we're switching back over to MekHQ. I'll wait for it to load and then I'll switch the screen. And I hope everybody's having a lovely afternoon. I have my Mexican dinner ordered. And I hope you all have something nice planned for your own dinners. There we go. MekHQ. So let's swap ourselves with load last save and see what we're working with. I find sometimes when you're programming, a lot of it comes down to necessary compromise. Just accepting that sometimes the route that you want to take isn't the route that's going to work. Maybe someone smarter than you will come along and figure that out, but if you can't, that's okay. Go with what you can. And if you're doing your best, that's all anybody can ever ask of you. Okay, so this works, but as we had yesterday, it gives us teensy-weensy portraits. And we don't want tinsy-wincy. Tinsy-wincy is kind of rubbish. But I'm not wholly sure why it's coming out so tinsy-wincy. Let's back out of here. Back to IntelliJ. Why are you so tinsy-wincy? I am daft. Okay, what's the bet? Scale image icon doesn't directly scale the image icon, but returns a scaled image icon. Place your bets now. And the answer is correct. It returns an image icon, so it's not directly scaling it. So what we have to do is simply this. So those of you who betted that I'm stupid, basically, and I can say that I'm stupid here because I was the one that literally wrote that method. I wrote scale image icon. I should know how it works. So I suspect right now we're going to have no longer tinsy-wincy. Switch over to MekHQ and see if we're right. And while it's loading, have myself some water. And so here's a reminder, we do not stream tomorrow. Tomorrow is my day. I'll still be around on the Discord. I'll still be working, but I like to take a day off to focus on just the code. It's where I can do some more complicated stuff and just, because working while I'm streaming, it does slow me down. I'm okay with that, it's fun. There we go! Big image. Strong image. Slightly blurry image. But that's okay. There we go. Someone smarter than me might be able to figure out how to make it less blurry. But I'm not that person. So now what we're going to do is just boot it up one more time. And this time we're going to make sure the characters have portraits before we test. And that's just going to verify that we're not screwing up the portraits. So apologies for not switching back to IntelliJ, but I was only going to be there for a moment. Radar says, hey! And that, Radar, is the feeling of success. I've said this before, but that feeling when the code actually works, it never stops feeling good. It might lessen a little bit as the easy stuff becomes easier and you get used to how everything works. So you might not get it for everything, but the more you do, the harder stuff you do. Radar says, clearly to fix the blurriness, you need to put DLSS 5 on. Yeah, all of the faction icons suddenly have like kissy duck lips and perfect makeup. Okay, so we now know something is definitely going wrong because that portrait should not be blurry like that. That should not look that crap. So something is definitely not right. But the portrait is the right size, so let's figure out what's going wrong, shall we? Psycho Monkey says, to be honest, you won't really be able to fix it. You're scaling them up, which is what's messing them up. So, yes. But the original portrait is also scaled. Psycho Monkey says you can't scale up raster graphics. Generally, you need to start with your high quality image. Wrong screen? Yeah, that happens. Yeah, there is a way to do it though. And to find that, let's go to Immersive Dialogue. Because Immersive Dialogue had this problem and we fixed it. So Immersive Dialogue Core is the powerhouse that controls all of our newer dialogues, the ones that have the pretty pictures and everything. What are we doing here? Okay, so we're getting the image, not the image icon. And then we're gonna go and scale the image, not the icon. Okay, there we go. There we go. I knew I'd come across this issue before. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to factions. And we're gonna duplicate this. Psycho Monkey says, getting the original image again, lol. Take care, Hammer. How about because this isn't returning the original image, this is returning the image icon, and that's the root cause of our issues. But I don't want to go ahead and change this to just return an image icon. Sorry, just return an image, because I don't need to go and update a whole bunch of stuff. But let's see what we can do here. Because the image we can scale. Do I not already have something that does this? No, that's the old version, okay. We need to put in some parameters, but we're just throwing this in there to see what information we need. So we need faction code and we need game year. And what we're going to return is this. Yeah, that's right. Oh, I put that in the wrong place. I think I might have done. I did, yes. Should have listened to myself the first time. There we go. So this method that we just put here is going to get us the actual address. What we can then do is just call it here. And if we make it static, it can be accessible from anywhere. We don't need to make it public. We're going to make that private for now. Now we can elevate it to be public later. Public means it can be accessible from anywhere in the code base. Right now we just want it here. Now I don't like, I used to do this a lot, but I don't like doing inline fetching. There we go. Can't instantiate image. I'll do that in a second. Okay. So how are we fetching it in immersive dialogue? We are just going get faction logo, game year. But that's returning the image icon. Ah, I see. So what we're doing here is we're getting the scaled instance. Okay. So we're getting the base image, and then we're scaling it, which creates a new image. We're creating a new image icon. We're not scaling the existing image icon, which is going to create a new image icon at that correct scale. Okay. I think I see what Psychomonkey was saying now. So what we'll do, now this is still good because this breaks out all this code. That's not awful. But we're going to do an overload. What do we need? Do we want ints? Do we want floats? Do we want ints? Scootle this over. Psychomonkey says, have you ever used IntelliJ's interactive overload? I haven't. I didn't know that existed. That was something I'll have to check after stream. That sounds cool. Like a monkey says, right-click the method, mouse over refactor, select change signature, make sure the checkbox is enabled. That's cool. IntelliJ has so... I really, really like IntelliJ. It has so many features that I never know all of them. Pump ourselves back over to person view. Actually, fall back's where we want to be. And want get faction logo with scaling. Now, we're going to need to update this core method, but it's only used in 2 different places. So that's not a problem. And for now, we're just going to say 150. This is hard-coded, it's not what we're going to use. We're just testing it. Testing the waters. And Psycho Monkey's example here, discussing the interactive overload, is an example of what I will always say. I'm a developer who has a stream. I am by no means the best developer on our team. I am the least experienced developer on the team. What I have that many other developers don't have, though, is time. And I am incredibly privileged because I have the time that I can dedicate so much of my life to MekHQ. If the other developers could do that, you would see some amazing things. But as I said earlier on stream, the real thing that matters is that you're trying your best and that you're willing to accept your mistakes and learn. I absolutely love our new art. With the music we have going in the background, it feels a bit like I'm in a bougie cafe, sipping coffee. There we go! Blur be gone. Excellent. Do we have anybody in this pile of humans that the mech warrior that has a portrait, or we just overriding? Okay, we overriding all of them. That's fine. We can work with that. Oh, don't need to see about my Mac. I can go away. All right, so we're making progress. Now we've duplicated a bunch of code, so we are actually going to do some changes here. Tira says, music audio quality seems a bit odd. Do you mean that kind of crunchiness? That's the song. Yeah, that weird sort of like, almost like you're playing a record player crunchiness. Yeah, that's in the song. There we go. Let's try what Pixel Monkey says here, because actually I want to I want to overload this as well. So let me take a step back. Give me just a moment to undo some of the stuff I've just done. But this is also a really good example of what I was talking about earlier, how I am not a front-end developer. I just bodge my way through UI. Let's see. So, Psychomonkey says, right-click on the method, mouse over refactor, select signature, make sure the checkbox is ticked. Oh. And I guess we add a parameter. We'll just test this out and say int. We don't need a default value for an int. It defaults to 0. What happens when we do this? That didn't seem to quite work. It's fine. I'm going to investigate that because I use overloading a lot. So I will investigate that after stream. So I can check documentation, YouTube guides, that sort of thing. But back to this. So we have the existing method, which works fine, but we're going to create an overload. We're going to create an overload that will then scale the image. So it modified the existing method. It didn't create an overload. So this second one is what I've just made manually. What we're doing here is we're creating a fallback image. We are not going to scale it. And if the fallback image is null, we're going to return an empty image. Otherwise, we'll return the fallback image. This is going to say it's always false. Okay, so it turns out that can never equal null. Fantastic, and that saves me some work. In which case, boop, we can just do this instead. This is one of the examples of why you need a really good IDE. Something that will give you tips like that so you don't do dumb stuff, like testing to see if something that would never be null is null. Okay. So we're taking that, spitting out that. Okay, we can't replace this code because we're doing some extra steps up here that we wouldn't be able to use over here, so I'm not going to get rid of that code even though it is similar. So we can come out of that. And go into person view. Oop. Get portrait image icon. So we are using this. I think, how do we want to do this? I think really, because we want to pass, what we want ultimately is this. If we make it an integer, we can make it nullable. And where are we getting the fallback portrait? Okay. If target pixel width is null, and we're going to neaten this up. And I'll explain what this all means in just a second. Oh, wrong button. There we go. So we're going to call get portrait image icon with fallback. We're going to put in the origin faction if we're using it as a backup. It's fine. In the event that in the event that we input a target pixel width, we're going to scale it. If we're not inputting a target pixel width, i.e. if this is null, we're then just going to return get fallback portrait. But what we don't want to have to do is go through and update every instance to use this new system. And people don't want to have to put null in every time they want to call this without scaling the image. So what we're now going to do, we're going to directly override it. So what's happening here is if you call get portrait image icon with fallback and don't include a second parameter, it will always treat it as if the second parameter was null. And that means that all the original instances of this call that they were calling this method don't need to be updated because they're just going to fall back to this. Just reviewing. And we want, what do we want? We want target pixel width. And what we've done here is with inputting the target pixel width, which is 175, we'll call this method here scale for UI. And what this is going to do, it's going to take the UI scale that you can set up in your options, and it's going to scale it up or down based on the UI scale that you're using. We plonk this in here. We don't have to use this. Now we can test. And as I say, our end goal is twofold. One, we want to have faction icons for characters who... threefold, actually. One, we want to have faction icons for characters who have a default portrait, so you don't just get the random person with a question mark in their face. Two, we want to add the option to show faction icon for characters who are, say, under a defined age, so 18, for example. And three, because some players don't like the fact that our portraits were AI generated. Now, anybody who's new to the stream may not know they were ethically sourced through using licensed datasets, and this was long before ChatGPT was even a thing. This is nearly half a decade ago, over half a decade ago. But some players, even though they were using an ethically sourced dataset, are still not a fan, and that's okay. That's absolutely okay. So we want to give people an option to always use the faction icons. Because everybody likes options. The more options you can give people, the better. Perfect. There we go. Now let's go and create a campaign where we actually have real portraits. Oh, I don't want to save that, my bad. Actually, if we just hit camp company generator, we can do that with here. Boop. Take past all the nonsense. Blah, 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 yada, 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 yada. Yeah, we're ready to serve with honor. Give me someone who has an actual rank. Okay. So what should be happening here is it should be using its existing portrait unless I'm done. Which I frequently am. I'm frequently done. Just waiting for campaign options to load up. It has to load up a lot of stuff. And because of how Java Swing works, it has to load up every option in campaign options. All the UI at once, rather than loading each tab as you click on it. But what I'm wondering is, have I just turned off names and portraits? I have. I have turned off names and portraits. That's why. Let's just select all the humans. And there should be a randomized option. Here we go. Let's give them all portraits. There we are. They have portraits. But they're teensy wincy. They're teensy wincy because we're not scaling the portrait. So that's the original portrait size. Teensy wincy wincy. But this is progress. Now I am going to step away from the computer very briefly. I need to go grab some lunch. And when we come back, we will untinsy wincy the portraits. So let me just slap ourselves over to the back soon stream. Let me click play. And I'll be back in a few moments. And I am back. Sorry that took a little bit longer than I was expecting. I decided to take the opportunity to take my dogs outside. That's right. We were in the middle. I switched to MekHQ. That's MegaMek. There we go, switched over. We were in the middle of fixing a teensy tiny, teeny weeny yellow polka dot portraits. Tara says, Wibbles, thank you very much, Terrace. I hope you're all enjoying the stream. If those of you who have joined us recently aren't aware, you can hit the follow button in the place where follow buttons live. We stream 4 live dev streams a week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday and Friday. And then Friday evening, my time, it's all in the schedule. Friday evening, we have our ongoing MekHQ campaign where we follow the Scrotorious Bastards in the 5 years leading up to the clan invasion. Episode 1 was last week, it was a lot of fun. You can find all previous episodes, or one of them, and previous dev streams are all available on my YouTube, which should be linked in the About section. If it isn't, it will be eventually. But back to teeny tiny people. So if we switch back to IntelliJ, boop, and close out MekHQ. Let's see here. So the problem we have... Ooh, has IntelliJ crashed? That wouldn't be very good now, would it? Oh no, IntelliJ is having a moment. Wait for the spinning beach ball of death to finish doing it. Spin. I suspect it's running out of memory. Since returning back to the project and reinstalling IntelliJ, I haven't gone ahead and updated its RAM allowance, and that might be why. While we're waiting for the spinning beach ball of death, and if you want to tell me about your ongoing campaigns, I would love to hear about it. And on the MegaMek Discord, I have 2 favorite channels. The art section, where you wonderful people share your amazing mech artwork. And the battle stories, where you tell me all about the adventures you have in MekHQ. I think we might have to force close this. Yeah, this is well and truly bulked up. Okay, bear with me just a moment. I'll switch over to my notes whilst I try and get this force closed. Give me just a second. There we go. So that's IntelliJ murdered. Let's resurrect it again. Radar says, they're currently working on sprites for a custom non-canon mechs based on Gundam 0079. I absolutely love the original Zaku. And I know that is the most basic bitch, like, Gundam mecha that ever existed, but there's something about the original series Zaku that I just love it. Radar says, oh, the Zaku 1 and 2 were the first ones I did. Awesome. Now you folks might get a black screen as I switch back to IntelliJ. No, okay, we didn't. Cool, it's remembered where we were. And IntelliJ is really good at auto-saving, so it doesn't look like we've lost anything. So what's happening here? Horned Owl lives rent-free in my heart. Yeah. No, there are some amazing characters and stories and mecha in the Gundam series. I don't know about it nearly as much as I would like to. I caught a few episodes of Gundam Wing on Toonami when I was younger. Back in Cartoon Network had its like anime block. Okay, so what's happening here is we're coming into here with the target pixel width. Boop. But what we're not doing is if we have an actual portrait, we are not then... We're not scaling it. We're also not scaling it in 2 places. let's do this. Radar says, yes, I remember when Wing was airing. Yeah, I really liked Gundam Wing. Can we specify a target width for the image icon? We can. Okay. This opens doors. Trying to think of the best way to handle this, because we have a crap way of handling it, which is how I'm going to handle it immediately, just to see if it works. But then we do have a better way of handling it. Because can portrait ever be null? If using original, okay. But let's just scrap out of here right now. We're going to see if it works, and then we're going to go and figure out what's going on here. So we're going to bounce ourselves back over to MekHQ. Just takes a couple of moments to boot. While I was away, I picked myself up a protein drink. If you're like me, and I have like, I'm really autistic, which I'm sure none of you have ever noticed, but I'm really autistic, and I have a lot of problems eating regular meals. Mealtime's very stressful for me. So I've mentioned this a few times on stream, but what I started doing was having 1 or 2 protein drinks a day as meal replacements. Now, you can't have more than 2, really, just because otherwise you're entering a lot of protein into your body and you're going to get all kinds of problems. But 1 or 2 is fine. And it just means I can make sure that I am eating regularly without the extra stress of having to plan and execute meals. There we are. And it's great for days and when you're in the office as well, back when I had a day job. Because then you can just take one in your pack, and you're not having to get cafeteria food, which is always overpriced, Okay. So first we're going to load our old save, which does have portraits disabled, because I forgot to save that a second ago. So we're going to go into that and see what's happening. One day I would love to have a whole startup sequence for MekHQ. The old reactor online, sensors online skip spiel. Just imagine actually booting up MekHQ, that comes out your speakers. Okay, so that's all working fine. So what we're going to do is we are going to load up campaign options. Radar says that would be awesome. It would be. CM Peterson says, planning on doing an old-style ATB against the bot campaign using the Excel spreadsheet somewhat when the contract creation planet validation report gets okayed. Ooh. What may be of interest to you, and you're probably already aware of this, but if any of you aren't aware, there is an old spreadsheet somewhere on the MegaMech Discord, probably in files, for a Noble campaign. And that has rules for like building like facilities and owning a planet. It's not implemented in MekHQ. You have to kind of do it outside of MekHQ. But it is really, really cool. And some of the stuff that we've introduced in MekHQ was actually inspired by the Noble toolset. Things like the random personalities is absolutely inspired by the personalities you can generate using the Noble rule set. My good old tongue slipping over itself. So what we're going to do, we're going to give a whole bunch of people portraits. Yay! They're not teensy tiny anymore. Okay, so that solves. So we know that this solves the problem, and everything's working as it should do. We now need to go in and make the code neat and then propagate it. CM Peterson says Pirate Faction is interesting too. Pirate Faction is actually a lot of fun. I want to do probably once we've finished with the Scritorious Bastards, which will probably take a while. I do want to try Pirate Faction myself because I've never actually played a Pirate Faction. I tested it and I implemented it, but I've never actually played it. And I can guarantee you, if I start playing as a Pirate Faction, There's gonna be stuff in there and I'm like, ooh, we could expand this. And I know a few players really enjoy playing pirate campaigns, so getting a little bit of extra attention on that would be a good thing. Okay, so we're back in MekHQ. PS359 says, hey, I missed the end of Friday's stream. Did that campaign end before it really got started, or is it still going? It is still going, and my god, what a cliffhanger ending we had. If you do want, you can find the VOD, if you want to catch it before Friday, you can find the VOD in Twitch and also in our YouTube channel. That was uploaded yesterday. And the ending of that episode, it was a nail biter. And it was very, very cool. Radar says, hopefully some point after advanced buildings are done, base building can be implemented in MekHQ. That'd be pretty interesting. Flesh Fried lives. She does. So, you can see here, we're doing this pattern a lot, checking whether it's null and returning a thing. And that's kind of gross. We don't want to be repeating ourselves that much. So let's see, what can we do to improve this? CM Peterson says, base building would be very helpful to both pirates and noble campaigns. It would be. Now, for me personally, right now, I'm trying to stay away from any major projects because I really want to focus on just hanging out with you guys on stream and just smaller projects to get my feet back in the water. And also because we've done a lot of massive projects in the past 2 years. I want to make sure we're not failing to do polish and improvements at the same time. Because there's loads of things that you guys have been asking for years that aren't that hard to implement. It's just previously we were getting too distracted with all the shiny new things. Radar says major projects come later, small stuff for now to keep burnout from happening. Yeah, so I definitely have some really big stuff and some not small stuff but not big stuff planned. But right now, I'm just enjoying myself. But we've got some garbage code in front of us. How about we focus down and see if we can improve this? So first of all, we're doing a gate. We're asking, are we using the original faction backup? And if we're not, we're returning this. So right away, we can move this up. So if we put this up here, we're not having to validate this conditional. No, what am I doing? My brain is betraying me. Get back there. Let's think. Okay, let's break this down. So one of the useful tricks you can do is just comments. So we can write down what we're trying to do. So if we're using origin faction backup, then, and if we can't get portrait, use backup. Alrighty, that seems simple enough. If we're not using origin faction backup, then we're just going to return the portrait, I think. So first things first, we need to determine is the portrait null. So if portrait equals null, and if we're not using origin faction backup, then what we're going to do, we're going to return an empty image icon. Yeah, typo. Because if we're not using the origin faction backup and PS359 says, I remember my wife reading a thing about most interesting comments found in code. One was, when I wrote this, only myself and God knew what it was for. Now only God knows. I have seen that. I have seen that exact thing. So if the portrait's null, we're going to just use the faction backup. If we're not using the faction backup, then we're just going to return an empty image. Now, if we are using faction backup, there we go, it's autocomplete. So if we are using faction backup, we're going to need to do some extra steps. So if portrait is null and we're using faction backup, we need to get the backup faction. And it's going to come down to, is target pixel width null? We can do that. We can do that better. We can do it inline. So we'll return target pixel width equals null. So if our target pixel width equals null, no, we can do this better. We can improve it. We have the technology. Because if target pixel width is null, it doesn't matter. It's just going to act as null, isn't it? We can double check that. No, it doesn't do it that way. Yeah, no, that's going to massively error out if we do that. So we do need to... Oh, I've lost where it was now. We do need to do the check. Okay, so we cannot put no into that. And the reason being is that for target pixel width, it's accepting a primitive. If you try and jam a null into a primitive, Java explodes. Just explodes. So, in the event that target pixel width is null, we're just going to return fallback portrait. But if it's not null, we're then going to return the scaled fallback portrait. So this is only happening if portrait is null. Oh, I see what we've done there. That's the line we don't need. Okay. So we now know we have everything handled in the event that portrait is null. So we now need to handle what happens if portrait isn't null. Now, some of this stuff we're going to be able to merge into the top, but we're just going to break it down little by little. Because you don't have to make perfect code all at once. You start with crappy code, you get less crappy code, and you refine it until you get what you want. So, we now need to test if the portrait isn't null, but it equals either of these. So if the portrait isn't null, but its name is either no portrait or default, then we want to do effectively the same as this. Else, we're just going to return portrait, get icon. And we're going to do a similar thing up here. So the target pixel width is null. We're just going to return the image icon. Otherwise, we're going to turn the image icon with pixel width. Oh, too many brackets, Get rid of those. So now this is significantly reducing the code bloat. It's still not perfect. I don't like it because it's confusing to read through, but we can refine it. So if portrait is null, we don't need to else this because we're going to automatically move into here. Because this is always guaranteed to return something. Either the fallback portrait or an empty icon. Sorted. So this stuff is all going to happen if portrait doesn't equal null. Oh, I don't know if you could hear that, my tummy just rumbling away. I might put myself on mute for a moment in a second. Let's do this first. I know how we can do this. So, we're going to do string, portrait file name, and in the event that portrait is null, we're going to do a thing. But if it's not null, we're going to get the file name. But what we're actually going to do, in the event that it's null, we're going to provide no portrait name. Oh, doing that wrong. So for anybody not aware, this line here is the same thing as doing something like so this is basically saying if portrait is null, do a thing. If portrait isn't null, do the other thing. It's just a more abbreviated way of just doing what is ultimately, what's this, 5 lines, just into one. Keeps it nice and easy. Very nice. It's basically a cleaner if than else statement, exactly like that. But you don't want to, if you're doing more than just very clearly obvious things, like you don't want to do it for down here, because we've got so many things, so many steps that we're doing, you wouldn't want to do it for this. But for something where you're just doing very small things, is either this or this, like strings, it's a really useful thing to do. So portrait file name, cool. So at this point, we've got the portrait, because the portrait is stored in the person, we're in the person file. We also have portrait file name. So what we can now do is do this. If portrait file name, now correctly capitalized, equals, ignoring case, default portrait file name, or no portrait file name, and we're using the origin fallback, it's going to return the fallback thing. Otherwise, portrait equals null, else so we can do more here. So if we're checking portrait is null multiple times, we might as well patch it. So now we can, rather than putting is portrait null multiple times, we just need to pop in that variable. Because we don't want to have to check is portrait null every time. We just want to do one quick check. Is portrait null? No? Cool. And because we're not going to change this, we can mark it as final. That just tells the compiler that it's not going to get changed. So portrait name equals default or none, and it's going to equal none if it's null, or if it's just set as none. And we're using the faction backup, it's going to use the faction backup. If we're not using the faction backup, if is portrait null, return an empty image icon. So we're not returning null here because it means that would mean we'd need to add null safeties for anything that's going to call this method. Whereas here, we're just we're going to send out an empty image. So it's not null, it just isn't anything. Now, this now does exactly what we... oh, I put the else in the wrong place. Oh, this is still doesn't work. Well, it does, but... I just don't like how much we're repeating ourselves here. But this is basically doing everything that we need it to. This is the noise of me thinking. I'm going to mute myself very briefly while I have some of my protein drink and just think about how we want to handle this. So I really don't like nesting if statements. Okay, I'm back. Booleans. That's not quite right. Final Boolean is default trait. Ooh. Ooh, that could work. What is portrait is default returning? Interesting. Let's see. Because default is checking if it has default category and default file name. I think that might be enough. So we're already checking, is portrait null? So we can pass this in. So if it's default portrait or a null portrait, and we want to use it, we use the origin faction backup, or we're either returning null or the portrait. And if it's not, we're either returning the image icon or a scaled image icon. I think this is probably the cleanest I can get it. There's my gut is telling me there is an easier way to do this, but I'm not quite sure I see it. So this is an example of where AI can really help us. So if I jump over to Safari and head over to Cloud, and we're not necessarily going to go with what the AI says, but we're going to have a look and see what it suggests. So to clarify, we are not vibe coding. That's not what's happening here. We're going to use it as a reference, exactly as Radar says. I just want to, because sometimes the AI will come up with ideas that I would never think about, and it gives me avenues for inspiration. Okay, so it's breaking out. I see. I see. Okay, this is cleaner. I am almost... Sarah says, oh, it's pronounced Cloud. I've been saying it like the French name Claude. I think it's pronounced Claude. I am just not that smart. So I see what it's doing here. Okay, so let's switch back to IntelliJ. So this is where I think like you can use AI to help you, but don't use AI as a crutch. PS359 says, as a dad who cooks a lot of food, sometimes I use AI to give me ideas for meal prep. May I actually let me show you what I use, because I do all the meal prep in our family. Let me switch over back to Cloud. Give me a second. So I think it's this. And I'll pop the link in chat in just a second. Yes, here we go. So this website, each week, the person who writes it does a weekly meal plan. So for example, week 378, there's loads here, so you can find one that you like. And it's got recipes, and it's all really, really nice stuff. Now, it's not necessarily the most economical, but what I use it for is I use it as inspiration. So like French onion chicken with garlic smashed potatoes. Well, you can easily simplify that down to cheesy smashed potatoes and some chicken breast. Radar says that is a major problem right now with people and such companies using AI as a crutch replacement instead of using it as a tool. I agree. AI is a tool, and if you use it to replace human thinking, you are the tool. And you should never be a tool to AI. Let me see if I can copy the link to the website that I've got in front of me into chat. It won't let me. Let me see if I can... I think it won't let me to protect me from accidentally doxing myself. So let me just type-a-rooney it. There you go. PS359 says, yeah, I'm generally not prepared enough to plan things out in advance by more than a couple of meals. Yeah, so I have terrible indecision when it comes to meal planning, but as the person who does the majority of the food in this house, I am the house spouse. It's really important because if you can effectively meal plan, you can more effectively budget because you're not always having to decide things on the spot. And this website in particular has really, really helped me because it does the hard part for you, which is the actual meal plan. And like I say, they're decent meals. And I personally do not follow these recipes. I use them as inspiration from like I say, Monday, chicken breast and potatoes. That's enough. And if you want, maybe once a week, you could use one of the recipes it recommends to have a fancier meal. Really depends on your budget. But like I say, this website's really, really helped me, and I highly recommend it. Okay. Yeah, so I'm just going to copy this across, just because this is good. This is what we're doing, but it's simplified it. And simplified is better because it makes it more readable. Let's plonk this here. And we're just going to quickly go through it, make sure it's still working. Yes, yes, and yes. Okay, perfect. Okay, so let's boot up MekHQ and see if it still works. But as you can see here, if I stay on IntelliJ for a couple of minutes, you can see that like this is so much easier to read than what we had previously. And it's not by proning, because we ourselves, we're the ones that wrote this, it just reformatted it for us. Radar says, the only meals I can effectively meal plan is Sundays and Thursdays, as that's when me and my boyfriend are both home. Other days I just pick something out of the fridge I bought, like for lunch I had chicken sandwiches because it was an easy to toss into the air fryer. I am an absolute fiend. I freaking love ham and cheese toasties. Like any opportunity to have ham and cheese toasties, I am on top of that. I actually found an interesting way to grill ham and cheese toasty, which is wrap it in tin foil like you would a baked potato. I want to try that next time. A bit like you would do for camping meals. Colby Jack is a particular cheese we don't have a lot of in the UK. I absolutely love it. It's a fantastic cheese. Though I do miss the sort of the hard cheddars that we have in the UK. Okay, so these don't have portraits right now because it's blocked. So let's give them a portrait and see if it works. This might not work because we have portraits turned off right now. Okay, it does work. Cool. There we go. Alrighty, so this gives us the basics of what we're working with. Radar says, living in Wisconsin has spoiled me for good cheese. Yes, isn't Wisconsin the place that had their football teams, the Cheeseheads? Am I remembering that right? Let's go back to IntelliJ. The Packers, yes. Yes. I watched, we're going back a fair few years ago now, but I watched the Packers play at the Super Bowl maybe 10 years ago. I forget who they're playing with now, but that was a really, really good game. I'm not a massive fan of football. I prefer football to soccer. That I definitely prefer. But yeah, no, I remember that particular game, and I think the Packers might have actually won. I'm going back long enough that I really don't remember, but I just remember that being a really, really good game with lots of decent passing. PS359 says, yeah, that's a good point. You can probably get imported UK cheddar, but it won't be as cheap. Oh my god, it is so expensive. It is so expensive. I was going to treat myself a couple of weeks back, and I mean, especially right now, everything's expensive, but no, it is. Buying, I really struggle to buy UK brands in America because I know how cheap it is in UK. And so I'm over here and I'm like, oh, it's the UK aisle. Let's see what they have from Old Blighty. And it is always horrifically expensive. It reminds me when I was living in the UK and I went to an American store and they had boxes, like those small boxes of Lucky Charms. And it was like 15 bucks for a single box of cereal. It's that kind of equivalent over here. PS359 says the Packers are kind of a fan favorite team. Also, probably the most famous coach in the NFL history. I doesn't say I'm not a massive fan of football. I could watch it, but it's not like my thing. But I will say, any game that I've seen the Packers in, it has been a really good game. Like, you know how some teams, like the Cowboys in particular, kind of just coast along, resting on their laurels. The Packers always seem to it always feels like they're trying their best. Okay, so this all works. Hooray! Now we're going to want to go ahead and update the description. So this is another area where AI is particularly good, because AI documents way better than I ever will. So we're going to skip over to Cloud, and again, we're not asking Cloud to write the code for us. We're just asking it to update the documentation. Boop. And again, we're just using it as a tool. PS359 says, lol, who would pay $15 for a box of marshmallows? Not even marshmallows, like freeze-dried marshmallows. Like, I don't think you can really describe Lucky Charms as marshmallows. So we aren't going to copy it straight in, but we're going to read it. We're going to make sure this is correct, and Claude isn't just being a monkey. So retrieves the portrait image for a given entity with optional scaling and fallback behavior. Okay. If the portrait is absent or matches the default placeholder file name and use origin faction backup is true, a fallback image derived from the origin faction's logo is returned instead. If the portrait is absent and no faction backup is requested, an empty image icon is returned. That's all correct. That's exactly what we want. And it's stuff like this where we're using it as using AI as a tool to help improve us as developers in areas where there isn't really any human creativity required. Like, for example, yesterday, when we used it to sort a list alphabetically. Or here, when we're just telling it to describe our code. There's no real creativity here. You just need it to be reasonable for what we've got. If true, returns the origin faction's logo is a fallback when the portrait is absent. It's correct. The desired width and pixels to scale the image to, or null to return the image at its native size. Correct. The entire entity's portrait icon scale to blah is specified. The faction fallback icon if portrait is absent, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so this is all correct. This is all correct. Radar says, calling Lucky Charms marshmallows is like calling American cheese cheese. It's a stretch. PS359 adds, which is kind of awful when you think about it, is even a fresh marshmallow is ultra processed junk. I mean, say what you will about British cuisine being effectively boil everything into its uniform brown color. American cuisine is, yeah. It says a lot that the world considers the national American dish to be the cheeseburger. But the good thing about living in North America is we have such a wide variety of other people's food we can have. Like, I never thought I would enjoy Mexican as much as I do, because you have it in the UK, but it's not as common. Indian food's more common in the UK, which sadly is less common over here. But I really, really like Mexican food. Okay, so a step back. We've got what we want. Let's just make sure we're not got any junk changes. And I think we are done with the first step. Okay, so we can definitely edit this. So this is an example of one of the reasons why you always go back and reread your changes. So why is it telling us off here? There we go. Okay, so it's just telling us a duplicated code. That's fine. Okay, so we know there's duplicated code here. The duplicate code, we know it's here because it's also being used in immersive dialogue. But there's subtle differences, and I don't want to potentially propagate mistakes across. And BS359 says, sorry about the man thing, it's more just talking myself there. Oh no, that's quite fine. I recognize that even though I am transgender, I am a woman. I think it's only reasonable of me to recognize that right now I'm early in my journey, so I still look and I still sound incredibly masculine. So I never blame people for their mistakes when it comes to gender. Now, fast forward a few years when I sound like a woman, I look like a woman, I have a woman's driver's license, then it's a little bit less excusable. But right now, I sound like a dude, I look like a dude. If it sounds like a frog and it looks like a frog, it's probably a frog, or however the saying goes. CM Peterson says they live in a small town and there's Mexican, Chinese pizza and a general American cuisine right in town. Yeah, this is it. Like, we have such a wealth of food from other cultures in North America, and it is really, really nice. Yeah, so let's have Claude, whatever you bloody call it. Let's have Claude update these Java docs as well. I tend to use Claude for my Java docs just because it writes better Java docs than I do. And Java docs are just there for documentation, help us know what is happening in a method. So while that's loading, I'll just have a look at chat. I do default to male pronouns, man, guy, dude, to cover everyone, but I try not to upset people in general. Yeah, I think that's all you can really be asked for. I think. And now I will say, I cannot speak for all trans people, and I'm not attempting to speak for all trans people. I can only speak for myself. I am not some representative of the trans community, but I'm only speaking for myself here. But for me personally, it comes down to what the intent is. If it is a genuine mistake, someone forgets, it is slip of the tongue, it's fine, who cares? Like, people make mistakes all the time. I don't like to blame people for their mistakes. If you are doing it deliberately because you're an asshole, then I'm going to take offense, as I should. So just switching over so you can see what I'm doing in Cloud. I just basically ask Cloud to update the Java docs. And that just means we're making sure that the Java docs are correct for what we're working with. So I'm not going to jump back and forth between IntelliJ and Cloud. So just copy pasting here. Now we are just copy pasting, but and this is really important. We use AI as a tool. We do not vibe code, which means we do not trust the AI to get it right. Never, ever vibe code. It is a mistake. If you can program. If you can't program, do your best, but do not ever trust the AI to do your job for you. I mentioned this before, but if all you are doing is copy pasting AI to wherever it is, if it's your IDE or your work document, it doesn't matter. If you're just copy pasting the AI, you are offering no value proposition. If all you are is a vehicle that takes stuff from the AI and moves it somewhere else, you are replaceable. And when the AI job losses come, and they are already here, if that's all you do, if you are not offering any personal value as an employee, you will be one of the ones that get canned. Always try to add more value. Don't just be a vehicle for the AI. Radar adds that the AI can and will make mistakes, and makes mistakes worse than human. I don't know that AI makes mistakes worse than a human. We are pretty good at making mistakes. But I will agree that the AI does make mistakes. And the thing is, the AI this gets said a lot about AI. It is confidently wrong. I'm sure we've all met these people in our lives where they are very, very wrong, but man, they believe in their own bullshit. You have to treat the AI like it's that person. So anyway, that's all. That's more my blab about. Let's go back to double checking what the AI has written for us. So return to faction logo the black tinted image icon resolved for the given game year. Okay, that's good. The logo file was selected based on blah blah blah, with some factions returning different logos depending on blah blah to reflect historical changes. Good. Unknown and unsupported faction codes fall back to a generic clan logo or the mercenary logo. Also true. And then these are just confirming the faction identifiers. Yep. Okay, so that is all correct. So I'm not going to tab back and forth, because literally all I'm doing is it's copying the copying what Cloud said, and I've already spotted its first mistake. So I'm going to read through this, and I want to see if you can spot the mistake the AI's made. And it's not a huge one, but it is impactful. Returns a faction logo as scaled black tinted image icon, resolved for the current game year. Correct. Scaling is performed on the original base image using blah 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 to preserve quality. Correct. The target height is derived proportionally from the base image's aspect ratio and the requested target pixel blah blah blah, with a minimum length of bleh enforced. That minimum length is actually really, really important. You cannot have a 0 pixel side on an image. It explodes. I think you can guess how I know that. And then we just got the parameters, which are all correct. And then returning a proportionally scaled black tinted image icon representing faction Leica. Okay, so that's all correct. What is wrong is this. This is saying that this method that we only just created was actually created back in 5006. And the reason why that's important is because there is absolutely no point whatsoever in adding these introduction comments if we're not keeping them accurate. And that's the tiny little thing. Because it's largely correct, it's the kind of thing that skips by, and you really need to be very, very careful when working with AI stuff. You need to remember, it is the tool. You should not be the tool. So back down here, we already know it's going to make this mistake again, so we're just going to correct that. Resolve the file path of the faction's logo image, accounting for era-based logo changes. Correct. Most faction map to a fixed logo file. The small number of factions such as Clan Ghost Bear and Clan Diamond Shark Sea Fox return different logos depending on game year. Correct. To reflect historical transitions, unreconciled factions call back to blah blah blah. Okay, that's all correct, so it was just the versioning that it had wrong. And that's okay. Radar says, well, when a human writes a code and it doesn't work, and they don't spit it out to someone saying it's good. When the AI does it, you have no idea if it works right or not when you have no knowledge in coding. That's what I mean by makes mistakes worse. Oh, yeah, okay, now I understand your Radar. There is a truism that I tend to use when it comes to AI. And you'll have to forgive me for being pithy. But this is a truism that I hold to heart. If you implement code and you do not know what that code does or how it works inherently, intuitively, it is going to break and you are not going to know why. And if you do not know why your code is broken, you cannot fix it. And that's why you need to be really, really, really careful when you're vibe coding. It's also why I'm really against vibe coding as a general rule. Now, you may be asking, but Ileani, doesn't Hammer vibe code? Hammer is an interesting topic. So, first start off, personal bias. Hammer is my friend, and Hammer is the project lead for MekHQ. I'm not about to push Hammer under a bus. However, Hammer is an interesting topic because what Hammer does, he doesn't necessarily vibe code. He's just terrible at programming syntax. And so he knows what he wants to do, and he knows how to get it worked, and he knows how to read the code, but he really struggles with the syntax, so that's what the AI helps him with. Okay, so that's all commented up. What are we doing in person? Okay, so we have some stuff here that we need to comment. For this, we can mostly copy this, we're just going to update it. So I'm just reading through the... wrong button. Just reading through this to verify. Okay, so we're not doing any image scaling here, so we're just going to edit that out. But what we are going to do, we're going to add a new line. So this is a warning. Okay, so what our warning says is that we should never use this method to we should never attempt to manually scale the image icon returned by this method, because it's going to be blurry, as we already know. And just directing whoever is reading this to use the one that's the image icon fetcher that includes the scaling. So PS359 says, so in the midst of all this, I'm not sure what you're working on. Seems some kind of improvements to the auto portrait assignment system. And Radar, I'll come back to that in a second, PS39. So Radar says that if you don't know what the code does, you can't leave good documentation behind what it does. Yeah, exactly. It just basically creates time bombs that you need to be careful. So PS359, what we are doing right now is we are updating the portrait display system so that if the character has a no portrait or a default portrait, instead of showing that little person with the question mark in the middle of it, it's instead going to show their faction icon. Once this is done, we're then going to add a couple of campaign options that will allow you to show the faction icon for characters under a certain age, children, for example. So you don't have babies that look like they're 40 years old. And we're also going to add the ability to have all characters show as the faction icon. I say that, I think that we've actually already done that unintentionally. I'll come back to that in a bit. So really it's just about just improving the visual clarity of the game. So you're not seeing a wall of people with question marks, you're seeing their faction icons. And it just looks a bit better. So this is where we never actually finished what we were doing. So let's come back to this. If we jump up here. So what we've just done is we propagated our new system to the get portrait image icon method. I'm just going to test it to make sure it works out. We're going to give the characters a couple of different statuses, and we're just going to try and see if everything works as it should. If it does, we can then start propagating, spreading. We can then start spreading it across the rest of the code base. So let's go back to our loaded last save. Now this save currently has all portraits turned off. Fantastic. And we're going to give people portraits and just test it. Let me just switch to MekHQ while it's loading up. Boop. So we've probably got about another hour and a half left on stream, so I really want to get this done, and then we can pick something smaller. But this is really the main thing I wanted to do today. So right now you can see in the portrait side, on the right, that they're using their faction icons right now. Then if we give them all real portraits, and there it is, it's going to show their faces. Boop. There we go. Now, one of the things we have is certain statuses will change the portrait. So we're going to test that as well. So first, we're going to kill them. Boop. I think we need to go to all personnel for that. There we go. There we go. There. A moment of silence. PS359 says, intriguingly, I remember a thing like that in Crusader Kings 2. In one of the start dates, there's a historical character who is also Muhammad, the founder of Islam. As it's against the Muslim religion to portray Muhammad, the prophet, they use a symbol instead of the portrait system. Yeah, no, that's actually a really common way to get around that problem. And it's actually an interesting problem that you have playing historical war games in that particular period, because you can't portray Muhammad, and Muhammad was a really big figure, and so you kind of have to go, oh, this isn't Muhammad, this is a different general. Okay, so we know now that tinting for death works. Let's just retire them instead. Boop. There we go. Okay, that's working correctly. Perfect. So this all does exactly what we want. And we do like it when things work. So, taking my glasses off and just giving my eyes a rest for a second. Let's get this merged in. Well, committed at least. There we go. Just checking I'm on the right branch. I am. Oh, select files to commit. That helps. There we go. That took an awfully long time, but the end result is going to be something quite helpful. Okay. Radar comments, it's like portraying certain people and symbols during the years 1936 to 1945 for certain countries. Yes. Someone on the MekHQ Discord in the off-topic channel was sharing a Hearts of Iron 4 campaign where a certain historical figure materialized as the leader of Argentina after being ousted from a certain other country. Okay. So that's that done. I think what we're going to do, we're going to push this. We're going to push this and we're going to create a follow-up branch that actually does the main rollout. So we're going to rename this. We're going to rename this Fallback Portraits Update. So we're now going to push this. So we're going to say these changes are final. And what we're going to do, the next thing we do, we're going to create a separate branch that includes these changes, but then we can do the mass rollout. Just kind of help make our PRs, our push requests, pull requests even, a little bit smaller. Okay, so to Safari, pull requests. Ooh, do not review. Oh, it's the new briefing screen I showed you earlier. Exciting. So let me just fiddle here. Okay, so you're all probably fed up of hearing this, but it's useful to kind of air. We need three things in any kind of description. We need a description of the problem, what we did to fix it, and any ancillary information. So the problem is, and say that's the problem. It's a relatively simple problem, so now we move on to the solutions. The problem is that when a character has no portrait, they get a placeholder. So the solution, in the event the placeholder is present, we show instead the character's faction icon. And finally, the ancillary information. There we go. So it's UI, it's personal, and it's also a little bit of UX, but we're not going to use that because the UX is relatively minor. So Tiras asks, by the way, how hard would it be to affect retired personnel with random death after retirement still? It depends. It depends. So, a relatively medium-sized campaign with personnel clear-up, it wouldn't be much of a problem at all. However, if you have a 100-year-old campaign, do you really want us to continue processing every character who was ever in your campaign? Now you might say, make it optional, and that's true. But every optional option has to still be implemented. And right now, with some of the massive inefficiencies in how we process people, I'm not going to go into the exact issues, but there's a bunch of technical things. We're just not doing it very efficiently. With all that, I'm very much loath to suddenly start processing characters which are, for all intents and purposes, no longer relevant to the campaign. That looks good. There is something we forgot to do. I forgot to double check that we've been updating the legal statements. Let me just quickly view that. So we can do this, we'll show the differences. Jump to thing. We're just going to double check we got the right year in the legal statement. We do. Boop. We don't. Okay, so we need to update the year here. Boop. This is something I used to be very good at remembering, but with me being away from the project for like half a year, I fall out of the habit. So yeah, there we go. So it's relatively simple. All we have to do is just update the year to 26. And there we go. But I hope that answers your question, Tiras. Let's have some of my water. I have been up and working since like 7:30 this morning, and it is now 2:45. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting a little bit weary. My coffee ran out long time ago, and I'm only allowed 1 cup a day. It's this song. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. That's my amazing singing for you there. Alrighty then, let's start propagating this. So what we're doing now is just going to roll out the changes that we made. Okay, so we're going to use this as a reference. And what we need to do now is go to person, get portrait. And we need to review every instance in which get portrait is in use, as opposed to get portrait image with fallback. So we've got 28 uses. Now, those of you who were here last night, you'll recognize this is a process similar to what we did yesterday. We do this separately, just so it's easier for anybody coming in to review the PR to just jump straight to stuff. We do still need to get the image there. There we go. Create character, we want to just use the portrait there. I'm still on GitHub. You're right, I am still on GitHub. Actually, Radar, I was always in IntelliJ. I think that might have been maybe a bit of lag on the screen, maybe. PS359 said they often wonder how real-world professional associations handle that. Usually they list the person at professional as retired after they retire and stop paying dues and then remove them when they die. I imagine it's part of the when you register someone as unfortunately passed away. I imagine that's how it works. While I'm in the middle of rolling this out, if you have been enjoying the stream and you haven't already, consider hitting the follow button. We do live dev streams 4 days a week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday and Friday. And on a Friday evening, we have the very exciting ongoing MekHQ campaign, The Scrotorious Bastards. We're currently 5 years before the onset of the clan invasion, and we will be fighting the clans. Okay, so initialize pilot and options. This is on the create character dialog. This needs to stay. PS359 says, my guess is they survey death certificates every year or something. Maybe. Cruise list. This wants to be the new method, I suspect. Okay, we do want to use the fallback, and the image size is 54, but we do need to get the image. There we go. Doc table, this is the same. Boop. Force renderer, yes, we also want to do it here. I know this isn't super exciting, but this is what programming is sometimes. It's not always coming with amazing new features. Sometimes it's just going around the copy pasting new methods. Now, of course, there are ways to automate this. I don't believe it's a good idea. I think right now we are smart just to go through it with a fine-tooth comb. Because then we can more easily decide, hey, should this have whatever? So here, for example, we actually do want to use the portrait. PS359 says, it's come up in my life as sometimes I need to say medical records from a now retired doctor, and the professional association will say, yeah, he's still alive, we'd know if he wasn't. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, so here, example, portrait chooser dialog. We definitely don't want to replace that portrait. Here we do. Boop. We're not going to write the replacement portrait to the save file. That would be a mistake. I do not get... So this came up yesterday. I do not understand why in the personality... Oh, that's because this is... Okay, so this is to do with the... story arcs, so we leave that the hell alone. Personal table, we definitely want to use the new method. PS359 says, in MekHQ though, I'm not sure if there's any way to recall a retired member to duty. There actually is. Do I have MekHQ open? Let me boot. Oh no, MekHQ is not going to boot right this second. But once I'm done with this, if I don't remember, remind me, but I can show you how to do it. It's actually incredibly easy. that's that. We don't need to worry about that. We definitely don't need to worry about the random portrait generator. I believe it might be right-click rehire, but there is other ways to do it as well. Like I said, it is actually very, very easy. It's just going to be easier for me to show you than it is to read it out. We really like the pixel size 54 when it comes to portraits, don't we? Space359 says, that kind of goes back to Tiris's thing of, it would be weird if you could just rehire the retired gal 100 years after they retired. True. I don't believe we have a set rehire system. It's a GM control command. We can't do it there because that's directly calling the portrait, so that won't work. We can't use the fallback there. Unit stub. So these because these are calling specifically portraits, we can't use our new system there. So once we've done the rollout, the next step is to hook it up for children. So the rest of these are all tests, so we don't fuck around with tests. But I do now need to boot MekHQ, so I can show you guys how to unretire someone. Funnily enough, you can also use the same method to resurrect someone if you don't like that they died. I don't know why I picked my mug of coffee up there, as if to look into it in the vain hope that there would still be coffee in there. Of course there isn't. I actually want the learning ropes for this. Because the learning ropes have everything fully set up, and it's going to allow us a better chance of just verifying all the areas that portraits can turn up. Okay, so first things first, I'm going to show you how to retire and unretire someone. So I do need to be on all personnel, so it shows them. So for example, say Dr. Martin here had retired. So right now they would have say retired, for example. So you can see they're retired, they're all blue because they're sad because they're retired. All you need to do is right click on them, go to change status, and just change them to active. Boop. And it says they returned to duty. Now bear with me just a second because my lawyer is messaging me. Oh, they're messaging my wife, that's not a problem. I have an immigration lawyer because, well, I'm an immigrant, and in this day and age you have to have an immigration lawyer. So you can see here that Martin retired, and then we just right-click them and return them to active duty. So it is a GM tool, so this isn't something that we automate. So you yourself would need to decide whether the 100-year-old person should be rehired. But it also works if they have unfortunately passed away. So if we help them commit seppuku, so they've died for whatever reason, you can just go, actually, I want them to be alive. Send them back on active. And here they are. They've been resurrected. Like Jesus. So, warehouse, everything's looking good. All right, I need to, what's the toe like? Portraits are all showing good. Okay, everything looks good. I do apologize, my phone's been going off for a couple of moments. Let me just briefly put myself on mute. But my lawyer's helping, well, working with my wife on my case. There's nothing exciting going on. It's just verifying some details, because the government keeps changing some stuff. Tira says, for me, it was just that I looked at someone who had retired 60 years ago and they were still retired instead of dead. Yeah, so once someone has been retired, we stop simulating them because we don't want to be simulating potentially 1,000+ people that have no real impact on the campaign any longer. This is not. Oh, I need to turn up portraits. So give me a second. PS359 says, in the lore, there have been some pretty old mech warriors, but there does seem to be an age limit, even with Star... I think they mean Star League Wonder Drugs. So, yes, and funnily enough, one of the things that the random death mechanic actually simulates nowadays, it didn't used to, but it does now, is the era that you're in. So you will find that characters in the Star League era will actually outlive someone in, say, the heart of the Succession Wars. Just waiting for campaign options to load. I'm just going to go ahead and we're going to turn off portraits. Boop. Go to company generator. We're going to generate our company because it's going to assign text and all that good stuff. And then we can test to make sure it's all working. So, okay, so portraits in the medals, that's all good. Personnel, this is all working as we want. Good, good, good. How's the warehouse? Can I GM damage this? That's not working. Repair bay. 1 second, I just need to smash up one of our units. Goodbye, sensors. Okay, that's all working. Oh, sorry, PS359 says, yeah, I meant science fiction, and Star League would also work. Radar says, what in theory you could do in a retire, in theory, is assign a random date post-retirement for that person so that when the game gets past that date, the label orders are ceased. So, whilst that would be a good idea, it would still mean that every day, we have to process every character because of how characters are stored. We can't say just grab the retirees. Every time we want to say grab just retirees, we have to process through every character that has ever been in your campaign to see which ones are retired. But this is all looking good. This is all looking good. Let's beat someone up. Oh, we already got someone injured. Are they in the infirmary? They are, and that's all working. Okay. So Radar says, okay, hence why I'm just spitballing an idea, but since even that's still being processed, that's not great for performance. It's not. It's not. Eventually, we would like to move towards a database model, but that's just simply not something we have the technology to do right now. Radar says, not beg your pardon, Tiris says that they didn't know that the era-appropriate life expectancy modifiers were in that. Yeah, we added that when we updated the random death a while ago. Cal Alad Lau fought in the Capellan Crusades in his 70s. He was still great enough to periodically suffer from dementia. Kai Alad Lau had a really, really rough time of things. He died in the most Battletech manner possible, I think. I won't say how he died in case anybody wants to read the novels or anything like that, but I think for one of what can be argued as one of the biggest heroes in the setting during the period in which he was alive, I feel like the way that he died was really representative of the setting as a whole. T-Rex comments that the age of war, the time of war, the ATO modifiers are actually not that bad, even if you get the old, so very feasible. You just need to spend some XP to offset some attribute loss. That's correct. But, most importantly, it's working. This is all looking good. We should have a look at the toe. Is the toe working? They're a bit chunky, but it's working. So I wonder if we put the wrong image size in the toe. We can check that. Big money. Yeah, Tiris, big money. I don't know why that immediately brought into my head, hey cousin, do you want to go bowling? Okay, so let's have a look at the... I believe this is Force View. Yeah, okay, so in fourth view, we're just fetching the raw image, we're not sizing it. So let's size it. 54 seems to be a common one, so let's see if that works. I should have saved the campaign we did a second ago. Okay. We have less than an hour left on stream, I'm afraid. So it looks like this is probably going to be the big feature for today, but that's okay. Sometimes these things take a little bit longer. More important to do it right than it is to do it quick. Radar says, I thought I knew that name, referring to Kai Aladlau. Yeah, Kai had an amazing journey through the years. PS359 comments say, in other situations, Devlin Stone was too feeble to take the field in his personal outlets in defense of terror against Clan Wolf. I wonder, so for Devlin Stone, I do wonder how much of that might have been related to his whole becoming a popsicle thing. Because if I remember correctly, Devlin Stone was cryo-frozen for a bit and just wasn't having a good time from that. So where are we living? We are living in portraits. We want to get rid of all these portraits. PS3 kind of confirmed that that could be true. Yeah, I think for Devlin Stone, the whole becoming a popsicle for however long and doing that whole King Arthur will return spiel, I think that's probably the root cause. Okay, so let's have a look at. Oh, apparently called the left-handed losers. Let me just boot through this. So we're just going to create ourselves a force. And what we're actually going to do, we're going to actually remember to save this time. We don't have to keep going through this. Oh. I know I muted my phone, but my wife apparently can bypass my Do Not Disturb. What am I doing? Why am I doing it? I'm going to MekHQ options. Let me just check save options. Auto save, save daily. Okay, cool. So we just advance a day. That's going to save the campaign. And let's have a look. See if we still have big. There we go. There we go. That's a bit more reasonably sized. And if we give everybody portraits, we can come back and just check that when they have a real portrait, it is still good. There we are. Yeah. No, that works. Cal Aladlau, because I can see chat still talking about them. They are one of the few characters in the canon universe that I'm like, yeah, no, they are a legendary rated pilot. Of course, the Black Widow is one of the others. But this all looks good. Okay, I think we've got a success here, friends. So let's go ahead. Boop. We're just gonna title this appropriately. Kai was widely acknowledged to be the best wet warrior of his generation, Tiritz comments. And yes, yeah, no, Kai was amazing. And one of the things that I really liked about Kai is, despite everything, he was still very human. He never felt like a Mary Sue, which was entirely possible. In the era in which Kai was, a lot of his novels were written, it would have been very easy for him to be written off as a Mary Sue. But I really think they wrote Kai well, so that he still feels like a human being with flaws, as opposed to being this perfect Ubermensch. There's not a lot to really say here, because this is just a rollout. There we go. So let's just double check everything's good. because this is going to include all the changes from the other PR, but we want to just make sure that we are just doing a quick spot check. Now, the AI is also going to check this. Just making sure nothing jumps out at us, but I think we're good here. I think we're good. Now, I did notice that the other PR, one of the tests have failed, so let's have a look, see what's going on there. Now, we have got an intermittently failing test right now. Java doc generation. Okay, I don't know, whoopsies. I'm also on the wrong screen. Okay, let's see. Why is the Java doc failing? It will be something dumb. Are you going to tell me why the Java doc failed? No? Okay. All right, let's go back to that original PR. And we're going to try and see if we can figure out why the Java doc building is failing. There are a few things that could cause this. We're just going to see what image it is. So let's go back to IntelliJ. I'm going to go ahead and switch back to the previous branch. There we go. All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to run some tests. That's not the right button. That's the right button. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go and hit test all. I think where documentation. That's where the Java doc test lives. I'm just going to run this test. I'm going to reach out where it's running because there's not really much we can do here. King Miles says there have been only 3 individuals who have gotten 4 or more kills in a trial position. Natasha Kerensky, the famous Black Widow, with failing Kells Corporation. Elliot McKibben got 4 each, and Kai Alad Lau is the only person to have ever gotten 5 kills. And we also can't forget that Kai Alad Lau fetched himself an elemental muscle mummy. Very important. Okay, so it's saying we've got a missing close. Oh, there we go. So the reason why it's failing is we missed a single character there. I'm just going to rerun the Java doc just to make sure that's all it is. Radar says, "You're right, it was something dumb. You forgot to close a statement." It's frequently how it goes. Tira said they had a great laugh the other day when they found a 90s sourcebook about the Black Widow and it had a literal centerfold pin-up of her in the back. Yeah, Natasha was definitely... The writers had this weird obsession with Natasha for a while and just made her just... I don't know, it was a weird time. Okay, so Java docs are now passing. Excellent. DS359 says they got in trouble with their mum when they saw that. Mum's gonna take away my Battletech porn. Alrighty, so we're in a really good spot right now. I'm going to briefly go to fill up some water. So I'm going to put myself and be back soon. This won't be long. I'm just going to grab some water from the other room. And I'm back. I told you it wouldn't be long. And welcome to the stream, cardboard box of many things. Great to see you here. It's definitely reaching that time in the stream. We're at 3:15 local. I've been working since 7 this morning and I am starting to get a little bit slow. Jamie Wolf in an Archer. Ah, man. Now there was a pilot. Jamie Wolf was amazing. Okay. So what do we need to do now? So, I mentioned earlier that there's a couple of things I wanted to do. One of which was allow players to always use the fallback portrait. And I realized earlier, we actually already have that tech. So, and I even showed it on stream a second ago. So if you have all portraits set to not generate, it will just use the fallback. So you can, and then one of the good things about that is because it's not like an arbitrary system, because it's just going to use the fallback. If you later give them a custom portrait, that will override it and it'll start using the custom portrait from there on. So that actually works nicely. Good. What we do need to do, however, is set it up for children. Because having children not use one of the ancient looking adult character portraits, that is the main purpose. That is precisely why we're here. And while I am a little bit tired, because I have while I'm a little bit tired, I do really want to finish this on stream because you guys have been with me for the past couple of days working through this. The last thing I want to do is have to finish this off stream. Now, if it comes to pass that we do not get done today, I will do a very short bonus stream tomorrow to just show you the ending of this whole arc. But hopefully we can get it done today because I really would like tomorrow to be my time. But let's see. What do we want to do here? So first things first, we need to set up the campaign options. That's going to be the best place to start. So we're going to need the campaign options class. Boop. Gimme, gimme, gimme. There you are. That will lead me to the right place. So I've explained it many times now, but what you see me doing here, where I'm just finding it and it's fumbling my way through searching rather than going directly there, it's just called grokking. And it's where the grok AI got its name from. So we need that, but we also need to figure out where on earth in campaign options we're going to place this. Now I like Hans Davian, but I do think from the Introtech era, Kayalad Lao is probably my favorite character. I really like the first three Grey Death Legion novels. I frequently read Decision at Thunder Rift. That's like one of my read every 2 years books. Oh, we're on the wrong screen. Boop. So what we're doing here is we're just going to open up campaign options and see if there's a logical place to dump 2 new options. The first being don't generate random portraits for children. And the second being don't to randomly give them a portrait when they come of age. CM Peterson says they really like the Daston Allied novels. I really like those. I also really like the oh god, what was his name? What's the name of the Draconis Combine guy in the intro tech era? Oh, that's gonna bug me. Takashi, no, the guy that eventually becomes coordinator. Theodore Kurita, that's the guy. I really like the Theodore Kurita novels. Portraits ignore roles. Okay, that's going to give us some information. No, it's Theodore Kurita. Theodore Kurita's the one I'm thinking of. Theodore is so Radar says that Theodore is a pretty okay guy. Theodore is surprisingly nice for somebody who is a coordinator of the Draconist Combine. Back into IntelliJ. So we're just going to rock our way to here. So this is where the option lives. So this is probably where we're going to put our new option. But the good thing is this actually tells us where we need to find the option in campaign options. So apparently it's something to do with gender. Use gender portraits only. There we go. So no random portraits for children. And we're going to do these options one at a time. The reason why we do them one at a time is we want to make sure that we're not introducing new bugs. So the thing that we do is we always have new features set to false. But in this case, I don't think that's necessary. I think true is probably going to be well received. Tira says, my friend just said, when people talk intro tech, the only thing I can think of is Max Lau feverishly picking up dinner plates. Yes, yes. No, that's grabbing them as if it's somehow, by taking him off the table, they might protect the Confederation. The thing that gets me with good old Max Lau is whenever I see him, all I can think of is Ming the Merciless from Flash Gordon. So what you're seeing now is the work that goes into whenever we're creating a new campaign option. So this file here it details how to save a thing, and we have to write this line by line. And what you're about to see in a second is where we're loading it. So this is the file that handles loading. Set no random up. That's good. What have I mucked up there? Ah, there we go. Tira said, you just made me think about how totally trustworthy and not a bad guy Stefan Amaris looks like. with his fucking lobster bib. The fucking Stefan Amaris lobster bib. It's guaranteed there's someone in the chat who's never seen Stefan Amaris' lobster bib. Let me bring it up. Let's see if I can find the lobster bib picture. All I'm finding is cropped. I can't find the lobster. I mean, we have a picture of him getting kicked out of the Golden Corral. Unfortunately, maybe if I search for Stefan Amaris lobster bib. No, unfortunately, I might have to for next stream. I might try and remember to get a picture of the Stefan Amaris with his lobster bib. I've got the book that was taken from. Stefan Amaris, the guy who held the worst unboxing ceremony. Hi chat, it's your boy Stefan Amaris here with another great unboxing. Okay. What was I doing? I was in the middle of something. Oh, that's right, I'm setting up campaign options before you guys mercilessly distracted me. Trying to decide. Ming the Merciless, yeah. I'm trying to decide what to call this method. Child portraits when 18. Child portraits when 18. It feels like it's going to put me on a watch list. Yeah, we're going to leave that as true as well. Normally, I try to fit new features off by default, but I don't think this is something that's going to particularly bother people. Kira says 16 is when they become real people according to MekHQ. Exactly. So we used to have it as 18 when they became real people. We went with 16 because of all the instances in the canon of 16 was the youngest we could do without feeling skeevy as developers. Yeah, we didn't fit. While there have been canonical examples of children being soldiers in the canon, and in real life, of course, younger than 16. 16 was the youngest we could do where we just didn't feel gross. Speaking of not feeling gross, we actually have it hard-coded in... did I do that right? Yes. We actually have it hard-coded in the system. Characters cannot reproduce unless they're 18 plus. So even though a character is considered quote-unquote a real person, as far as MekHQ is concerned, when they turn 16, they can't actually have children until they turn 18. Because... I don't think I need to explain why it would be incredibly gross otherwise, but that's how it is. I mean, even 18 is a little bit young, but we're trying to work with the canon. Okay, so we've now gone ahead and set up the options. So the options are loading, the options are unloading. What we now need to do is go and set up campaign options 2, campaign options 2C. Boop. Oh. So the first option we're going to do is no random portraits for children. So this means children will never generate with a random portrait. So back before Campaign Options 2C. Now, Campaign Options 2C is not the easiest to work with. I was literally teaching myself how to work in UI as I was writing it. So there's a lot of problems with it. But it is significantly better than the old campaign option system we had. How the old campaign option system worked was there were just so many people over the years and made changes to it that adding any option, the way you added the option would be different depending on at what time the option was added. And so anytime you wanted to add an option, you had to learn like 3 or 4 different ways to add the options. And it was really rough. Whereas now, it's a lot of copy and pasting. And if I were to redo campaign options again, I would be able to do it even better. But we work with what we have, not what we want. Who is worse, Radar asks, Amaris or Catherine Steiner-Davison? I will have you know that Catherine Steiner-Davian did nothing wrong, and it's all Federated Commonwealth propaganda. It's all propaganda from the other guy. Catherine Steiner-Davian was absolutely fine. But yeah, in serious response to the question, Amaris hands down. Catherine was a shit. Amaris caused the collapse of the greatest, depending who you ask. civilization in the history of the Innisphere. Like, so many billions upon billions of people died because of the actions of Stephen Morris. The collapse of the Star League killed entire planets. Okay, so next up, I forgot something really important, so let me quickly do that. So this is the resource bundle when we determine like what the labels are and stuff. There's actually something else we need to do here. So this is something that I just did there with the version number. It's something that, what do you mean you can't? Have I spelled version correctly? Yeah. No. So this is something that Sai added. You may have seen in campaign options how you like have an iconography that tells campaign options like what stars to look next to it, so you can easily see what the new options added. I used to have to do that by hand, whereas Psycho Monkey came in and did Psycho Monkey magic, and now you just enter the version number and it does it all automatically. But that's that done. Next we need to do the other option. Psycho magic? Psyops magic, if you will? Yeah. No, I'm falling over myself. Psycho Monkey is a very talented developer. The stuff that they've done, like they don't get the like because I'm so prolific, it's very easy for people to think that that like everything is me, or I'm the developer that gets the most attention, and it is very unjustly. Like the stuff that Psycho Monkey's done far surpasses what I've done. I think that's good. We're probably going to need to reorganize this once we've got everything in, but that's okay. We can do that. Yeah, no, the changes that Psycho Monkey have made really have revolutionized MekHQ. Like, for example, only recently that you're getting with this brand new version is real placeable facilities as opposed to the hacked ones we used to have. And like that is something that everybody said could never be done. Psycho Monkey came in and just did it. Radar says, I love all the devs for MegaMek. It's why I pay attention to the GitHub channels for new GitHub posts to see what wonderful stuff's coming. There is nobody on the team who isn't amazing. So that's the campaign options setup. So what we're now going to do, we're going to jump back into MekHQ. we're just going to verify that everything is laid out correctly. And if it is, we're then going to push the changes. Or rather, we're going to commit the changes, we're not going to push them yet. One of the things I've learned is whenever you're making campaign options, set up the campaign option first. Send that commit in and then do the implementation. Because it means if something goes wrong, you're not needing to roll back both the setting up of the campaign option and the implementation. It saves you a lot of stress. And Hammer's back. Hey, Hammer. We're just finally putting in the finishing touches to this PR. And for anybody who hasn't followed us from when we started yesterday, we are adding in some options that allow you to stop your child characters spawning with the portrait of a 40-year-old. Because I know life in the inner sphere is hard, but it's not that hard. Nobody ages that quickly. Not even the test tube babies over on the homeworlds. So let's have a look. Oh, let's switch back to MekHQ. Okay, that's fine. Here we go. We do have a little bit of a weirdness over there, so I can fix that. I can fix that. Let's go back in to IntelliJ. And what we're going to do is we're just going to go back up there. And rather than trying to put this on one line, we're just going to go ahead and bounce it to the next line. And there we go. So that's the campaign option done. Let's double check I'm in the right branch. I am. Tira says, poor Benjamin Button. The man's seen some things. But that's that done. So now what we need to do, I think all we need to do, now what we need to do is just go ahead and actually implement the mechanics of the campaign option. So we have the option, the player can pick them, the player can save them. Now what we're going to do is have it so the campaign options actually do something. So what I need to remember is how we add babies. Chat, how do we make babies? I don't know. I can't remember how to make babies. Maybe if we search the codebase for baby. Load up all droppable bombs, yeah, baby. We've got the carryable baby weight class. It's not quite right. That's right, chat. Today we're going to make a baby. Bloody hell. So this is a message for having delivered a baby. One would assume, if we follow this message back to the source, see, log and update family. Okay. And this is passing in the baby. So where are we making da baby? Da baby! So new dependent is going to lead us into new person. There we go. There we go. Okay, so new person is the part of the codebase I like the least. X-Ray Manitor says, you find babies on war ravaged planets where you recruit the young wolf. PS359 says, as one wise man put it, you put the young male mech warrior and the young female mech warrior together and then you just let nature take its course. Tira's comments that according to MegaMech, they'll have a Timbique Dark. Going back to Extra Manitor's comments, you find babies on war-torn, ravaged planets where you recruit a young wolf. And presumably you have to give them a prosthetic arm that allows them to grappling hook around the place so they can fight really strong enemies. That presumably will have a stamina bar or maybe a break meter. You might call them, I don't know what you'd call that sort of character, Sekiro? Sekiro sounds like a good name for that sort of character. So going back to this, so this is so I'm going to start. I always preface with a very important message, okay? Whenever I criticize code, I am never criticizing the person who implemented the code. Anybody who contributes to this code base is doing Blake's work. However, this is my least favorite part of the code base. I used overloads earlier, and the way we create new person is basically just a massive tree of overloads, and it's really, really bad. So if we click on new person, we're going to be taken, as soon as my game loads, come on, take me to the person. Oh, I'm clicking the wrong button. We're going to be taken to another new person. Now, normally we have to do a lot more jumping around this, but this one's quite simple. So this is going to generate a person. Boop. Okay, wait for this load. One information to please. Generate portrait is what we're looking for. Hello, generate portrait. Portrait, please. Ah, we're generating portrait in the personality. Are we generating portrait in personality? No, we're not. No, we're not. Where are we generating portrait? It'll be somewhere dumb. It's always somewhere dumb. The thing is, I can just override it completely and have it just wipe it when we generate, but that seems like a really bad thing. What we can do is if we go to person, we can find when we're using set portrait. Because set portrait will take us where we want to be. Person set portrait. Assign random portrait for. New person. Okay, it was literally in front of me. It was in front of me the whole time. Okay, so if campaign options is where's no portrait. So if campaign option is set to not have portraits for children, and person is child. Today. Current date. Current date, there we go. And we're going to use 18. 18 seems like a good call. So actually we can do if campaign is no random portraits. Okay, so if the campaign is random portraits for child, or the character is not a child, generate a portrait. I'm going to use 18 here just because having 16-year-olds look like 44-year-olds is rough. 18 is it works. Okay, so let's go test our first campaign option. Let's go make some children and see if they get portraits. And for anybody who's just joined us, welcome to the stream. We're learning how to make babies. But being serious, if you have been with us for a while and you haven't yet, consider hitting the follow button. We stream a live dev stream 4 days a week. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday and Friday. And then Friday evening, we have our MekHQ campaign where we follow the Scrotorious Bastards as they slowly build up in the 5 years prior to the clan invasion, with the end of the campaign going to be whether or not we can survive the clans. Oh. We've got about 15 minutes left on the stream. We're so close to getting this done, I will probably try and push to finish this tonight. I am getting pretty tired. I've mentioned a couple of times, I've been working on MekHQ since about 7:30 this morning, so I'm getting a little bit weary. Because as fun as streaming is, it does take a lot out of me. Let's wait for good old MekHQ to finish loading. And then I have said this before, but it does bear repeating. Like it really means a lot that you're all here listening to the stream and chatting along. I really didn't expect many people to turn up, and that we have so many people just happy to listen to me blabber on while I work on basically what is my favorite thing. It means a lot. Let's go into campaign options. Campaign options always takes a little while to load because it has to load everything. It is just unfortunately a foible of Java Swing that we can't get around. So here's our new options. No random portraits for children, and generate random portraits for children when they come of age. The second one of that isn't implemented yet, so we're only testing the first one. So let's add a child. So we want it to be a mech warrior. Actually, we can use bulk. Bulk's better, because if you do it in GM mode, you can specify ages. So bulk high, there we go. So let's give ourselves a 16-year-old mech warrior. We'll allow him to go up to 17. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. Just gonna make sure they were working. Okay. So that didn't work. So that most likely means that we have our conditionals mucked up. Let's get rid of these people. Goodbye, children. I'm going to advance the data that the campaign saves so we don't have to redo our settings. I'm going to come back to this. If campaign options is used, portrait for role, we're going to remove the second half of this. So right now, it's going to block portraits for everybody. And that's okay. PS359 says, for some reason, our ad copy Timbique Dark Parenthood in a Bottle didn't result in better sales. Much to the contrary, actually. Back to MekHQ. Boop. It's been a fantastic stream today, guys. I've been really enjoying the energy. I, myself, am very quickly running out of energy, but you guys have been amazing. Okay, give me some 16-year-olds. Man, some of the things I'm saying today really are going to put me on the watch list. Okay, so that's working. So that tells me the conditional was most likely the second half that we mucked up. So, boop. I am terrible with conditionals. So what I've done is I've just added this back and then reversed it. So, if portraits for children are enabled, no, that doesn't make sense. Okay, so yeah, I'm definitely flagging because this is breaking my brain. So if no random portraits for children is enabled, or the person is not a child, no, because that will return true if it's disabled. If portraits of children are enabled, or person is not a child, that should be correct. My brain is clonking. I'm going to quickly paste this into Cloud, see what it says. So I'll show you what I'm doing here. So I want to make sure I get this right, and I don't want to have to do a bonus stream tomorrow to get this finished. So I'm just asking Cloud to tell me when this will return true. Okay, so Cloud has just confirmed that what I've written should be correct. So we're going to go back to MekHQ. Because if the character, if we have portraits for children, or the person is not a child, it's always going to return true. if we have no portraits for children, PS359 says, wait, this is hitting me like 20 minutes later. Cow Alad Lao had a muscle mummy girlfriend. So it's a bit of a joke in the community. Cow Alad Lao made friends with a female elemental. If I remember correctly, she actually became his bodyguard for a while. Okay. Yeah, no, everything I'm doing here is just coming back to me that conditional should be right. So we're going to boot up MekHQ and see if we can figure out what's happening. Chat's now discussing how muscle mummies are a reoccurring theme in MekHQ, not MekHQ, in a Battletech setting. King Mao asks if Victor was Cow Alad Lao's muscle mummy girlfriend. There's definitely some fan stuff getting written about that. Okay, so we go to the marketplace, going to bulk hire some people. We want a child. Give me a 16-year-old. Again, there's no way to say that without this sounding awful. Why do you have a portrait, 16-year-old? Who said you could have that? Who let these 16-year-olds have portraits? So this is definitely returning correct. This is returning if they're under the age of 18. All right. So if they're 18 or older, it's going to return false. And let's just see what happens. I don't think this is correct. My brain's frying. PS359 says, next they're going to be wearing makeup and staying out past 10. When someone please think of the children. Don't all 16-year-olds understand that they're meant to get in the mech? Actually, the Final Fantasy XIV next expansion pack is going to have a raid series that's collab between Final Fantasy XIV and Neon Genesis Evangelion. And that's going to be something else. I'm really excited for that. Terrace asks if it's a perk to market yourself for adding portraits. I wouldn't have thought so. No, because when we checked, we tested out the conditional a minute ago. It was correct. So, bulk hire people. Age range 60. I do think I have an idea what it might be. Okay. And bulk hire. Age range 19 to 99 is good. So now they don't have a portrait. I know the issue. I know the issue. What is the bet? That we're overriding the age. So we're generating... That's right. So we do not have the capacity in MekHQ to generate a character at a specific age. So what we're doing is we're generating a character and then overwriting their age. That's why it's not working. Actually, before we cancel it, looking for bulk hire personnel. So this is correct now. Let's go and bulk hire personnel. Boop, boop. 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 Where is the hire option? There it is. We've got override skills there. Where are we overriding their age? There it is. Archie blows. Do I have access to campaign options directly? I should do. Let's break this out. There we go. So, campaign options. So if the character is under 18 and we are blocking portraits for children, can we set a null portrait? What happens if we set null portrait? It's going to throw a error, so that's dumb. But what we need to do is set it to default portrait. Here we are back in portraits. Default. Perfect. Trying to see. Trying to identify where we can. Aha. This might work. So we get their portrait. And we're going to set the file name to null, which will give this to default. Will that work for category? We might also need to set the category to... Actually, there might be an even easier way of doing this. Even easier. We just set portrait to an empty portrait. Let's see what happens. It is getting very late in stream, but I will overstay for a little bit because, knock on wood, the next stage shouldn't be too difficult. And if we can get this done, I can go to my quote-unquote day off tomorrow, knowing that I'm not going to think hanging around. like the hard cut off is half an hour. Like I can go another half an hour max. At that point, I need to go get my food. My delicious, delicious Mexican dinner. Oh, I got a giant burrito and some queso. It's gonna be so good. But as we are drawing close to the end of the stream, if you are following, or rather if you're not following, and you're enjoying what we do here, consider hitting us with a follow. You'll get notified whenever we go live. PS359 says, hopefully it doesn't take that long to turn down this bug. So we've identified where the bug is. The question is how easily we can override it. So let's go for 116-year-olds. There we go, it worked. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Okay. So here, chat, I need to draw your attention to MekHQ, even though I'm not showing MekHQ. Boop. It's working, hooray. Now, chat, I want you to look closely at the Republic of the Sphere icon. Is it just me? Ooh. Is it just me? Or does the Republic of the Sphere look like it's got a little robot in the middle? It just looks like a little robot buddy. Like, they're the treads, there's just little robot arms. It's like almost like an urban mech body. A little robot buddy. And whenever I see that, I can't unsee it. And I hope that I've cursed you, my viewers, with that knowledge. So this is now all working. So let's get rid of all our 16-year-olds. Goodbye, 16-year-olds. Sets identity. Boop. And we're going to go ahead and generate ourselves a bunch of 18-year-olds. Now this should generate with portraits. Boop. Okay, so they haven't generated with portraits. Okay, some of them have, because some of them are literally turned 18 today, so they're not over 18 yet. I can fix that. Cool. So that is now working. King Mo says it's an urban mech during a squat dance, yeah. Okay, so we've implemented that. King Mo means it's actually meant to be the Atlantic Ocean. It is, but I cannot see the little robot. It just reminds me of the little guy from Short Circuit, if you guys have seen the film. Okay, so the next campaign option we need to do is we need to give children portraits when they turn 18. And this one, hopefully, won't be too difficult. Okay, so we are going to need to go to Campaign New Day Manager. PS359 says, reminds me of a time I was in the liquor store recently. A woman showed up on her 19th birthday, drinking age here. Staffer says, in fact, you need to wait 24 hours after your birthday until you're legal. She was about to walk out and he was like, I was just screwing with you. Oh, that's funny. Man, my stomach is just rumbling up a storm. I can taste Mexican dinner. Okay. So if the person has turned 18 today, time to give them a birthday present that is a portrait, because they've become a real person. So first things first. Have I done that right? I don't think I've done that right. Let me just reset this. I'm being very dumb. Okay. So first things first, we're gonna do a conditional. Is it their birthday? If it is their birthday, if campaign options is announced for child birthdays. We're going to do that whole. Oh, we need to check it's their birthday. So if they turned 18 today, and it's their birthday, then if we're announcing child birthdays, we'll announce a child birthday. Then if campaign options is child portraits when they come of age, then we're going to go and assign this. There we go. So I'm going to go and verify the changes that we've just done to make sure I'm not mucking stuff up. So if they become so if they're 18 and it's now child's birthday and it's their birthday, then announce their birthday. Okay, that is correct. What we now need to do is make some 17-year-olds into 18-year-olds. And if that's done, then this is actually sorted, which is really, really good because I am so hungry. And this has taken us like all day today and a good chunk of yesterday to do, but I do think this is overall a net benefit. I know certainly in my personal campaigns I'll be using it. Now this won't retroactively affect pre-existing children. So children you've got in your campaigns already, this isn't going to affect them. Actually, if we change to graphic, we can actually see when they turn 18. So let's bulk hire ourselves 118-year-olds. We want them to be mech warriors because we want to make sure that they're set up to get portraits. Actually, we better go and make sure we have set up to get portraits first. One thing I will be doing is, even if we do this today, I'm probably going to hold off pushing it until tomorrow, or I'll put it in draft because I'm so weary at this point and fatigued. I need to make sure we're actually doing it properly. Oh, I'm not in MekHQ. There we go. So we're just waiting on campaign options to finish popping up. Name and portraits. Yeah, everybody gets portraits. No portraits for baboos, but 18-year-olds will get portraits. So let's go at age range. We want 17-year-olds to 17-year-olds. Let's GM add 100. So these are all 17s. Start advancing that and see if they start getting portraits. Actually, let's just do an easy thing. Let's advance to the end of the year. Oh, bear with me one moment. I'm just getting a phone call. And I'm back again. Sorry about that, everybody. My wife's dad was asking if he wanted me to, if I wanted him to pick up the dinner. Let's jump back to MekHQ. And I say this all the time, but one of the downsides to, aha, it's working. We can see Palmy has turned 18. They've got a portrait. They're a real human now. Now, I have noticed that here it's showing as question marks. Okay, we don't care about Freedom Day. You can go away. Shoo, 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 shoo. Okay, so that's working. Now, I did highlight an issue where we're using portraits in that sidebar, which is like I'll need to go back into it at a later date. But this is done. And seeing as I don't need to pick up dinner, I can take you guys through the final stages. So I want everybody to give yourselves a hearty pat on the back. We did this together. Because, my God, this was a pain in the ass. Boop. Yeah, it's our feature. It's the people's feature. I probably should put my glasses back on if I'm going to do this. Where the hell did I put my glasses? Oh, I managed to knock them off my face and put them on the floor. Okay. So again, problem, solution, ancillary information. So the ancillary information, first up, is that this is actually going to need this method here. So we need to mark this as being required. So we always do requirement nice and big so that anybody coming into this can immediately see, hey, this needs to come after that. So what's the problem? Well, the problem is, well, as we mentioned multiple times, children look too old. So what's the solution? We've added 2 campaign options. So no portraits for newly created characters under 18, and a random portrait when the character turns 18. That's nice and simple. There we go. So we've done it, chat. Chat. Switch to that one screen none of us like. And yet the one screen I never forget to change to. That's right. We've been on this for a fair few hours and it is starting to reach that time. It's starting to reach the time when I have to depart and leave you all to go to my other love, my Mexican dinner. So I hope you've all enjoyed the stream today. I know it's super exciting when I'm not bouncing between multiple different things and we're just focusing down on one thing. But I do think that overall, having this feature will improve people's immersion a lot. Now, if you... Radar says it's sometimes like that. It is absolutely sometimes like that. And especially once I'm out of this period where I'm doing little stuff and start moving on to the big stuff, you will find that we may be on one task for the entirety of the week, sometimes more. So, of course, we're coming to an end. If you have been enjoying the stream today, please consider hitting that follow button. It means a lot to me, and will also mean for you, you'll get notified when we go live. When do we go live? Well, you can check in the schedule button just below this stream. It will be adjusted directly towards your time zone. But we stream daytime, for me at least, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. And those are our live dev streams where we dev live. And then Friday evening, we have the Scrotorious Bastards, our ongoing MekHQ campaign, so you get to see just how badly a dev plays MekHQ. And a huge, huge thank you for everybody who subscribed today. It means so much. And we even got the hype train. I still don't know what a hype train is. I need to look that up after this. But we even got a hype train, and when I started this, I really didn't expect anybody to stream, let alone subscribe. So thank you to everybody. I really appreciate that. And if you can't subscribe, don't feel like you need to. Definitely don't feel like that. But I do appreciate those who have. I am going to look into setting up some benefits for people who subscribe, but I need to figure that out. I'm very new to Twitch. But I will figure that out probably over the weekend. But alas, all good things must come to an end. So I will wish you a fair fortunes and hope that the rest of your days are all wonderful and you will have lovely food to eat. Maybe spend some time with your family. And if you don't like your family, well, you can always make one in MekHQ. But until next time, farewell.